One day when I was 15, I came back from school like any other normal day. I live in Sofia, so McDonald's was the easiest and greatest of lunches, so I brought some lunch home and sat to watch a show called Ghost Hunters. Since I was in the 3rd grade, I gained an interest in the paranormal. I think it was because I wanted to believe there was life after death and so on, only what I was about to experience was definitely a surprise. While I was watching, I heard footsteps. I knew that my mom and my dad were at work, and of course the neighbors were as well. There was virtually no one that was going to come unattended. There were no such people in my life. Of course, I went and checked the door, and there was no one there, so I decided to turn back to my room. Just as I was about to sit back down on my bed, I caught something out of the corner of my eye, a shadowy hand, almost a demonic one. It was coming from the wall next to my bed, trying to grab me. I just jumped. My heart was racing. Even now, remembering this, I still feel uneasy. When my parents came home, I told them the story, but no one believed me. They said that I was watching too many ghost stories. It's a fair analysis, but it hurt my feelings. Nonetheless, everything was normal for a couple of days, when some dark news was delivered to our family. My granddad on my mom's side had died. I was devastated, but I started to think, was it some sort of premonition that I had? Is that what a person sees before death of a relative happens? Was it actually a ghost? Was it some sort of manifestation of my sadness, or the sadness of the spirit? The two could be completely unrelated as well, but it doesn't really change the fact that it happened, and I can't seem to forget it. To start off, I'm not a superstitious person, or overly paranoid for that matter. I'm skeptical about ghosts and spirits and all that, but as I write this, regardless of what it was, I have chills. It was the fall of '98, and I'd been a truck driver for about 10 months. I was driving down a lonely stretch of 2-lane roads in central Louisiana. The sun was setting, and I hadn't passed a town in miles. The scenery was quiet, almost eerily so, with the trees casting long shadows across the road. It was one of those evenings where the world feels just a little off. That constant feeling like something's gonna happen. As I was driving, I noticed a hitchhiker up ahead. I thought to myself that I could use some company for a few miles and considered pulling over. But then something about the way he was dressed caught my eye. He looked like he was straight out of the 1950s, dressed like a greaser with a leather jacket, slicked back hair, everything. The whole scene felt like a snapshot from another era. What really unsettled me, though, was that the entire time I was approaching him, he kept his back to me. He never turned around, not once, and this all played over the span of just a couple minutes. But it felt longer, like time had slowed down. Suddenly, I was hit with a gut feeling that I shouldn't stop. I can't explain it, but every instinct screamed at me to keep going. So instead of pulling over, I swerved wide around the hitchhiker, giving him a wide berth. As I passed him, I glanced into my side mirror to check if I was clear, and that's when I saw it, or at least I think I did. Where his face should have been, there was nothing but an eyeless skull staring back at me. The image was so vivid and so chilling, it's burned into my memory. I'm not saying I actually saw it or that I know what it is. It could have been a mask, my imagination, trick of the light, but it scared me then, and it scares me now. He'd clearly been hitchhiking, so what was his intention if it was a mask? And if it wasn't a mask, what the hell was it? I always thought there was something off about the first middle school I ever taught in. It was built in the 1900s, but It was your typical school, until everyone was gone. At least that's when I felt it. It was when I started staying late to grade papers that I truly felt it. I was still getting used to the rhythm of lesson plans and grading, and staying late had become a habit. The quiet hallways were kind of peaceful during those hours. I liked the solitude. But on one of those nights, as I sat alone in my classroom, I heard keys jingling. Not so strange, right? At first, it didn't strike me as odd. The janitor, Mr. Morales, often worked late. I figured he was just making his rounds. But as the sound grew louder, something felt off. Even though the sound was getting closer, it still sounded distant. It had a constant, steady rhythm, echoing off the empty walls. There was no pattern, no pause to unlock a door or push a cart. I poked my head out into the hallway, still expecting to see Mr. Morales. The sound was closer now, but still distant or muffled. More importantly, there was no one there. Still hearing the jingling, I called out, "Mr. Morales?" My voice trembling a little. Just silence. I shrugged it off, returned to my desk, telling myself I was obviously being paranoid. But it wasn't the last time it happened. Over the following months, the jingling became a regular occurrence on nights when I worked late. I'd hear it weaving through the hallways, sometimes more distant than others, and sometimes just right outside my door. It became almost predictable. One evening, I decided to just find Mr. Morales, to prove to myself that it was nothing strange. I waited until the jingling started again and quietly stepped into the hallway. The sound was coming from the staircase near the library, so I followed it. As I turned the corner, the jingling abruptly stopped. I found myself staring down an empty corridor. Then, from behind me, the sound started again. I spun around, and there was no one there. I didn't stay late again for weeks after that, but teaching is relentless, and deadlines don't care about ghost stories. So inevitably, I found myself back in the classroom after hours. I brought music to drown out the sounds. It didn't work. The keys jingled louder than ever, as if they were trying to compete with my headphones. I ripped them off, my patience finally snapping.
"Who's there?"
I yelled, my voice echoing down the hallway. For the first time, I heard something other than keys. A low, guttural sigh. I didn't go back to work for 3 days. When I finally did go back, I was forced to, once again, work late. This night, I stayed later than I usually do, and though I heard the keys most of the night, I then heard something else. More keys. Different, though. These sounded present, in the same room. As I took a quick stroll down the hallway, I saw Mr. Morales. I decided I was ready to talk to him, even if he was going to laugh at me, to tell me that I was hearing things. I told him my story, and he asked me, "So you've been hearing keys at night, before tonight?" I told him, yes, I'm not usually here this late, but I'm always here until 6. "That's not me," he said. "And it's not my keys." He pulled out his key ring and gave it a shake. The sound was sharp and metallic, completely different from the haunting, hollow jingle I'd heard. He then goes on to explain that he never comes to the school before 7. So, not Mr. Morales. It wasn't until years later, during a staff meeting with some older teachers, that I learned the truth. Decades ago, a janitor named Mr. Tate had worked at the middle school. He was known for his kindness and dedication to the job, which he'd had for almost 30 years. One winter, while locking up, he'd suffered a heart attack, and he'd slipped on an icy staircase in the basement. He was found the next morning. When I'd first learned the story, it gave me chills. I'd never told anyone about what I'd experienced, but another coworker said, "They say you can still hear his keys sometimes, especially if you're here late. Poor guy's just making his rounds." For some reason after that, the jingling didn't really frighten me as much, but it never stopped. Even on my last night there, as I packed up my classroom for the final time, I heard it. The keys faint and steady, following me down the hallway, almost like an old friend saying goodbye. When I was 9 years old in 1970, I attended George Washington Elementary in Corona, California, for 1 semester. It was an ordinary school, or at least that's what I thought at first. One day, I came down with a fever and ended up in the nurse's office, along with 2 other girls who were also sick. The nurse, busy taking our temperatures, told us we'd have to go home and stay out of school for a couple of weeks. She didn't say much more, just that our parents would explain everything when they picked us up. As we sat there in that small, sterile room, a strange, heavy silence seemed to settle over all of us. The nurse turned to the counter where a tall glass jar filled with thermometers rested next to the sink. She was in the middle of talking when it happened. The jar began to move. Slowly at first, then faster. It slid across the counter, as though being pulled by an unseen hand. And then, with a sharp crash, it tipped over the edge and shattered in the sink. The 3 of us froze, too stunned to speak. The nurse's face went pale, her cheerful professionalism replaced by a visible unease. "Okay," she said quickly, her voice tight. "Let's move to the front office. Your parents will be here soon." As we filed out, I heard her whisper to the office secretary. It happened again, this time in the nurse's room. What did she mean by again? I actually let it go relatively easy for a child. I just sat quietly in the office, staring at the clock on the wall, listening to the sounds around me, just waiting to get picked up. Later that day, I told my grandma what had happened. I thought she'd be a little surprised, but she just laughed and said, "That's nothing. I mean, it's no different than the old house we just moved out of." I realized then that I'd grown up thinking that ghosts and strange occurrences were kind of normal. Our old house had its own stories. Things moved, footsteps in empty rooms, but none of it had really frightened me. It was just a part of life. I was surprised, however, to see it at school. I didn't stay at George Washington Elementary for long, and nothing else happened while I was there, at least that I saw. More so than the jar itself, I'll always remember the nurse's voice and the look she had on her face. Her words make me wonder, what else did happen at that school? What exactly was she so afraid of? I was born in Port Elizabeth, South Africa, and lived with my mom and siblings in Holland Park until the age of 8. We were all enrolled in the local primary school around the corner from our house. The school had those temporary classrooms back in 1989 when I was in grade 1. One evening after a function at the school, I walked past one of the temporary classrooms with 2 friends. We heard a strange noise coming from the room, sounding like a chair being scraped across the floor. Looking in through the window, I distinctly remember seeing a very small, green man, looking almost like a toddler, with very long arms, jumping to and fro on the tables, scraping his nails on the floor as he went. I can remember feeling cold all over and simply turning and running, with my friends following behind. I'm now almost 37 years old and still remember this clearly. I have no idea what it could have been, though. If there is a logical explanation, I cannot think of what it might be. I've been thinking lately that it may have been some kind of Takalashi creature, or something along those lines. but what would it be doing in a classroom? Well, that's beyond me. I have had other mildly frightening experiences, such as hearing the back door of our house open while in another room. When I went to look, the door was locked. Other than these experiences, I don't think I've had contact with anything supernatural. But I do think this was supernatural. Any comments or insights on the little green man would be appreciated, if only to try and solve the mystery once and for all. One night I was working in our dairy cooler with another worker, when out of the corner of my eye I caught movement. I looked up and watched someone walking past the large window that looked out into the main aisle. Normally this wouldn't be an issue, but the store was closed and locked up. Plus, we were the only ones that worked the night shift. But I asked if he saw it too. He just casually says, "Yeah, someone just walked past the cooler." So I go running out to see what's going on, who it is, and why they're in the store. But no one's there. I did a whole perimeter check too. I couldn't find a single person anywhere in the store. My car was the only one in the parking lot. My coworker didn't even drive. And all the doors were still locked. Not another living person in the entire store but us. I think the funniest thing is that my coworker was never fazed by it and couldn't really care less, while I, on the other hand, was completely freaked out by it. And I've never gotten an explanation. I, along with several other people that I've worked with, have had unexplained experiences. One in particular sticks in my mind. One afternoon, we had an old couple in a nicer neighborhood die. It was a murder-suicide. The husband had terminal cancer, and the wife was bad off with dementia. He laid her down on some plastic in the living room and shot her and then himself. He left a note, but it was kind of rambling and hard to make anything out of it. Several months and a cleanup later, a young couple bought the house at a really cheap price. It had sat on the market for about 9 months, so they came in low and got the house. About 3 weeks later, the wife called in the middle of the night, saying that someone was in the house upstairs. We all show up, clear the house, and find nothing. Both parents and both children all said the same story. They saw a dark figure walk from the hallway into a room. The same thing happened every night for the rest of the week. It got to the point where the entire family wouldn't go upstairs, and the lights stayed on 24/7. Eventually, the family got tired of living in fear, so they went to stay with the family for a bit. They asked that we keep an eye on the house, which in all honesty, we'd already been doing because who wouldn't want to see a ghost, right? They gave us access to their house, permission to enter if necessary. Late one night, I was driving by, hopped out of my car to check on things, when I saw someone walk by the upstairs window, and then the light in that room turned off. I called up my partner, and we made entry into the house. The feeling inside was awful. You knew something wasn't right. The air just felt depressed. Kind of like the feeling you get at a funeral home, but times 10. We searched downstairs and made sure that nobody could come in or out. We weren't real happy about going upstairs, but it was our job, so we did it. Let me tell you, upstairs felt disgusting and oppressive. Imagine how it feels when you're in a swimming pool. You try to run or move quickly through the water, but it's really restrictive, so you can't. That's the best way to describe the feeling. All of a sudden, the same room whose light I saw turn off, turned back on. Creepy. We went into the room and nothing. As a matter of fact, not a single person was in the whole house. This was years before body cameras were a thing, so a lot of us made it a common practice to carry pocket-sized digital recorders in our pockets to protect ourselves and offer as evidence should we need to. on reviewing our recording, we could hear talking that wasn't either my partner or I. Our voices were easily discernible, and the other voice definitely wasn't ours. Nor was it really loud enough or clear enough to make out what it was saying, but it was obvious that it was there. It would have been like if someone was in another room talking, and you could pick up the conversation, but couldn't make out the words. Neither of us heard the talking when we were there in person. Made your hair stand on end, gave you chills to hear it. To this day, it vividly stands out in my mind, even though that was very early on in my career. I'm not exactly sure if this is paranormal, but I did have one moment that I can only explain as non-religious awe at witnessing what the soul of a person looks like. We, as EMTs and paramedics, accompany death all the time. We're present as we treat people who die in the midst of treatment, and we switch to resuscitation protocols and carry on, or we arrive on scene to find people who are clinically dead and occasionally resuscitate them to being clinically alive, sometimes even to the point of consciousness and responsiveness. But I had one patient whose death impacted me in a way that changed my life. He was assaulted in the restroom of a porn theater. He was viciously sexually assaulted, stabbed multiple times in the chest and abdomen, and several of his fingers were cut off to steal his rings. We weren't far from the hospital, so we scooped him up and took off. I was treating him en route, starting 2 large bore IVs, sealing up the pneumothorax, dressing the other wounds, etc., keeping up the professional babble, something like, "It's going to be okay. We're headed to the best trauma center in the area. You hold on now. Okay? You just keep breathing. Slow and deep. We've got this. You just hold on for me. You're doing great. Blah, blah." Suddenly, he grabbed my arm and said, "Please stop. I'm scared. I don't want to die alone. Just hold my hand, please." I'll never forget that. I was stunned. I stopped, sat on the bench, and held his hand. His eyes locked with mine, and as he took several agonal breaths, I watched his eyes change. 1 second, he was human, and then, inexplicably, he was not. I know that for anyone who's seen the eyes of a dead person, you can recognize them for what they were. But I've never been consciously present with a patient in that fraction of a moment when their eyes, the windows to the soul, emptied, and that person ceased to exist. It was scary and awesome, in the true sense of the word, and a sense of horror to accompany him as he left. I simply will never find the words to express that feeling. It kind of shook me because I'd gotten into this line of work after my mom died. I was never raised with religion or any kind of faith in something bigger than us. When a person died, their body decomposed, and only memories of them kept them alive. But now I wondered, was my mom somewhere out there in the ether? Did her soul still exist somewhere? When I dreamed of her, was her presence real? So that experience changed my life, made me question so much about death and life, where one begins and the other ends. Is it paranormal? I don't know. I responded to a call with another unit in a fairly new neighborhood. The call was sketchy and vague and classified as a disturbing the peace call. Upon arrival, the other officer and I knocked on the door, which was answered by a slightly sheepish guy in his 30s. He was well-dressed with a conservative haircut. He said he was having a problem with hearing voices in his house. Our initial feeling was that this was a normal person who was not experiencing any kind of mental breakdown. So our next step was to investigate where the voices might be coming from. His house was not connected to his neighbors' houses, and there was no obvious problems with loud radios, TVs, or outside influences. The guy was very thoughtful and open to any suggestions we made for explaining the voices, but we were stumped. We asked him if he heard the voices now, and he said no. He added that the voices were not always there, and had stopped just after he called on this occasion. He said that they started soon after he moved in, and at first assumed they were from loud neighbors. After he continued to hear them at odd hours, in times when the neighbors were not home, he became worried. As he's explaining, suddenly we hear someone talking. It sounds like they're saying, "What's going on?" I look at my partner. He heard it too. We look at the guy who's staring at us, waiting for our reaction. And then he asks, "Did you hear it?" We tell him we're pretty sure we did. So we do another sweep at the house. Still, we find nothing. He admitted that he didn't think the police could help, but he had no one else to call. After we felt that we'd investigated every source that we possibly could, we had to tell him that we couldn't help. We actually felt bad because we didn't have any solution to offer him. As the other officer and I were walking back to our cars, we just looked at each other as if to say, that was spooky. A few months later, I drove through the neighborhood and noted a sold sign on his front lawn. I guess he found a solution on his own. I've had a few experiences at the various hospitals I've worked at, but they don't really scare me, just kind of catch me off guard. I've never worked the night shift before, but one time the company suggested we stay the night in the building because there was a hurricane in the city. A lot of people decided to risk it and go home, while I decided to stay because I had to cross a river to get home. So it was maybe around 10 p.m. I was waiting for the elevator so I could go downstairs to find something to eat. I see the elevator door open and a man walked in. Then I walked in. The elevator was empty. About 2 years before, a coworker had taken his own life in the building. I think it may have been his wandering soul. The next one also intrigues me more than frightens me. About 3 years later, I had a new job, working the afternoon shift. I would get off around 11 p.m. As I was walking to the bus stop, I looked up and saw a huge white ball. I thought to myself, what a bright moon we have today. Then I looked elsewhere in the sky and saw the moon. What? Didn't I just see the moon? So I looked back at the first moon, and it flew away at the speed of light. I wasn't the only person to have seen this. A couple of nurses said they could see it from the hospital. True story. My ex-wife worked as a night nurse at an old folks' home in a quiet corner of Dunedin, New Zealand. After a while, she came home telling me about nocturnal disturbances they had been having there, which caused them to eventually call the police. Apparently, there were always people shuffling around the building's grounds at night. She could see them standing there at 1 or 2 a.m., looking out over the grounds. At first, she thought a confused resident had perhaps gotten up and gone out to the garden. So she went, checking on all the rooms, but found everybody was in their beds. When she went outside to check, nobody was there. The police also never found anybody. What really got me, though, was how coolly she took it. As a long-time nurse with many years of experience, it seemed normal to her that there was a bit of paranormal going on in places where people died. To her, ghosts came through the hospital like medication cabinets and cleaning utensils. It was just normal, I guess. Please do not try this, ever. Knowing what I know now, this is probably one of the most idiotic things I've done. I not only put myself in danger, but also my family and friends. Also, this happened about 15 years ago, so I'll relay all that my memory serves me. I'm no longer in contact with the friends this story involves, so forgive me if I forget details. Anyway, when I was younger, a teenager, I was obsessed with the paranormal. My high school buddies and I thought that it would be a great idea to get stoned in my parents' garage and construct a Ouija board. It was after school one afternoon when we implemented our plan. We arrived at my parents' house and got right to work finding supplies to make the board. And if I remember correctly, we found an old shot glass to use as a planchette. We decided to ask the most provoking questions that you could think of. Everything the internet told us not to ask, whatever was on the other side. But we wanted a big response. We wanted something crazy to happen. We got a response almost instantly, and we each thought that the others were moving the planchette to mess with each other. But we soon found out that it was real. I believe that I was the one asking most of the questions. I remember asking, "When did you die?" The planchette moved to the numbers we scrawled on the board. The exact year escapes me, but it was sometime in the late 1980s. I know I asked the spirit's name, but I can't remember the name, so we'll just call the spirit Robert. Robert would not disclose how he died, although he did say that his favorite band was Nirvana, which is relevant later. We had a classic rock mix playing in the background, and he seemed to enjoy this. Unfortunately, I don't remember most of the conversation, but I do remember we didn't say goodbye when the session concluded. That night, my friends left except for one who stayed the night. We'll call her Jane. For this part, I'll need to describe the layout. It was an old house with a weird setup. When you enter through the front door, there was a medium-sized living room with a huge bay window facing the street. Going further into the house, on the left was the kitchen. Beyond that was a glass door, behind which was a sort of family room. And then the backyard, which led to the garage. Jane and I were chilling in the kitchen later that night, and we were seated at the kitchen table. Jane was sitting with her back towards the glass door that leads to the family room, and I was facing her and the door. We were chatting quietly as my family was sleeping. She was talking, and as I was looking at her, something behind her caught my eye. The glass door was cracked open, but it was slowly opening, wider and wider. As soon as I pointed at the door and she turned to look, it slammed shut very forcefully. It was so damn loud I was sure my parents would wake up and that we'd be in trouble. But no one woke up or yelled at us to be quiet. We got so freaked out, we quickly retreated to my room, past the front living room. We talked in my room for quite some time, and nothing else weird happened until we went to sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night to a strange, low scratching noise. At first, I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. I don't think that Jane woke up. So I got up, and I tried to decipher where the sound was coming from. Finally, I realized it was coming from my closet. The door was closed, and I knew there was nothing in there that should be making that noise. The only pet we had in the house was an old border collie, and he slept in my parents' room at the end of the hall. I jumped back into bed and threw the covers over my head, and I tried to ignore the sounds coming from the closet. I don't know how long it took for me to go back to sleep, or even if I did, but the next thing I knew, it was morning, and Jane had to go back home later that day. We decided to go to the garage to smoke, and the air felt so heavy as soon as we stepped inside, like we shouldn't be in there, even though we chilled in the garage countless times before. We went back in the house, sat on the couch in the living room instead. We were either talking or watching TV, but I think at that point I went into some sort of trance. Jane told me later that I suddenly stopped responding to her and that I wasn't moving even though my eyes were open. The only thing I remember before coming to was the feeling of the back of the couch sinking in. I felt as though I was being slowly sucked into the couch, and my back felt so hot. It was like there was a fire getting closer and closer to my back. Then, right before I snapped out of it, I felt hands on me, like they were trying to grab me and pull me even further into the couch. I know it might sound dumb, but I thought I was being pulled into hell. I'm aware that there's no demonic portals in my parents' couch that leads to hell, but I swear to you, this is what it felt like. When I finally snapped out of it, Jane was looking at me with a look of concern on her face, and I felt like I was having a panic attack. I can't remember much after that, but her parents arrived to pick her up short after, and she left. That night, I was absolutely terrified to sleep in my room. So, being the dumbass I am, I decided I'd crash on the hell couch with the TV on all night. I didn't think I'd sleep, but at some point I must have fallen asleep. I don't know what time it was when I suddenly woke up with a jolt. The TV I know for a fact I left on was now turned off. In its reflection, I could see the bay window slightly illuminated by the streetlight outside. Then I noticed it, a figure standing behind me, so tall it touched the ceiling, its head and neck craned down to stare at me. It was so black that it was darker than anything else in the room, and it was motionless. I just feigned to still be sleeping. I don't remember slipping back into a slumber, but just like the previous night, before I knew it, it was morning. I decided to take a shower. Upon undressing, I noticed my side was sore and hurting pretty bad. When I took off my shirt, I looked, and there were deep scratches in the shape of the Nirvana logo. That wonky smiley face. At that point, I knew Robert wasn't just a spirit. This was a demon. I don't know why I never told my parents what was going on, but one day my dad, who didn't believe in the paranormal, told me that he was taking a shower, when all of a sudden the faucet turned on its own, and the water got so hot so suddenly it scalded him. Now I was pissed. I had allowed a demon to mess with my family. I promised myself I'd never mess with a Ouija board or even be around one ever again. I begged a Catholic friend of mine to come over and bless the house and the garage. She agreed and brought a bunch of supplies for the blessing. Afterwards, we disposed of the board and we prayed. Nothing happened in that house ever again, and we ended up moving a couple years later. As an adult, I'm a Christian, and I've still had experiences with the paranormal after this story, but now I know I'm protected and how to rid demonic energy from my life. I apologize if this ending is a little anticlimactic, but thanks for listening. And please, be very cautious when dealing with things we don't fully understand. It could have disastrous consequences. I may be a fully grown adult female now, but I've had a crippling fear of doctors, especially surgeons, since I was a teenager. I got this fear because my best friend died when we were 14, and my family doesn't believe in therapy, just smiling. Dee was born with a lot of health issues, so she was always sickly growing up, but things got really bad in 8th grade. I was staying the night with her when things got so bad that she had to go to the hospital at 2 a.m. The doctors took a lot of blood and ran various tests, only to determine that she had appendicitis. They took her into surgery, promising the procedure was completely routine, should only take about an hour. Her mother, Penny, and I sat in the waiting room and played cards to pass the time, but an hour came and went without any updates. Only after Penny begged the nurse to check on Dee did one of the doctors come to speak to her. The procedure was a success, but Dee's condition didn't improve. Now her kidneys were failing, and the doctor rushed her back into surgery without answering any more questions. Within the next 20 minutes, Dee's entire family was there helping her raise hell. Her aunt was a nurse and said the whole situation reeked of a screw-up. 2 hours later, we got the news. Dee was gone. That was one of the darkest nights of my life. I had just been holding her hand before the surgery, joking about how much we would play up the whole experience into something melodramatic once we got back to school. Her parents hired a lawyer, and we learned that there was never a problem with Dee's appendix at all. When they opened her up, it was completely fine, but they took it out anyway. The stress her body endured exacerbated her actual problem, her failing kidneys. They removed one and were in the process of removing the second when she passed away. Fast forward a year. I'm in 9th grade, and my arch nemesis is a girl named Hillary. She was the cliché, bitchy, popular type, and her mom happened to be a nurse at the hospital where Dee had passed away. Well, Hillary started telling everyone that Dee's ghost was haunting the operating floor. Her mom saw her. I was pissed. I was a full-blown hardcore skeptic, and no words were going to convince me that Hillary wasn't just using Dee to garner attention. I walked right into the circle of girls, pushed Hillary into a locker, and promised to knock her teeth out if she ever said Dee's name again. She swore she was telling the truth, so I hit her, and then 4 other girls jumped on my back and beat the shit out of me. They tried to suspend me for breaking Hillary's nose. I missed her front teeth, but I was covered in bruises, and my lip was swollen from the other 4 girls, so my parents demanded they also be suspended. Obviously, the school didn't want to suspend their cheerleaders, so none of us were suspended. Instead, we got a stern talking to. Over the years, random stories would spread of people seeing Dee's ghost, and I always blamed Hillary for starting the rumor in the first place. We gave each other hell all the way through graduation, and I celebrated the last time I'd have to see her. Now, fast forward again, 2 years ago. I went home for Christmas and got T-boned by a Charger running a red light. The ride to the hospital was a blur, but I needed emergency surgery. Afterwards, I was taken to a recovery room where I slowly began regaining consciousness. Before I opened my eyes, I became aware of someone sitting on the bed, holding my hand. Thinking it was my mother, I opened my eyes to see Dee smiling at me. All I could do was stare in shocked silence until she disappeared. A nurse came in a moment later and shook me back to reality. She was also my best friend during our junior and senior year of high school and wanted to be there when I woke up. I probably wouldn't have said anything if it had been a stranger, but as soon as I realized my nurse was Lizzie, it just spilled out of me. The way she looked at me made me think that I'd been having some sort of hallucination from all the drugs. But then she said that she had seen Dee too. Most of the nurses had. When she learned I was on the floor, she asked the staff not to mention Dee because of my history with Hillary. She didn't want anyone to upset me by mistake. Apparently, Dee often checks in on patients coming in and out of surgery, and sometimes while they're still in surgery. But they've never heard of her sitting on anyone's bed or holding their hand. All that time, it was true, but I just couldn't believe it. Every time I've gone home since, I stop and have lunch with Lizzie, and I like to think that Dee comes too. When my wife and I bought our first house, an old Victorian style built in the 50s, almost every night we heard what sounded like kids' footsteps running down the upstairs hallway and other random sounds. My wife mentioned it to one of the neighbors, and they said it was probably just peacocks on the roof. The house backed up to a conservation area, where wild peacocks lived, and they would occasionally get up on the rooftops. That answer made sense, so we basically got used to it and eventually ignored it. Less than a year later, our son was born, and when he was 1, he would balance all of his toys on top of the other toys and make them spin. Literally found the center of balance of various toys and would walk in circles around the room, giving each a gentle touch to keep it rotating. It was the weirdest and coolest thing I'd ever seen. When he was 2 or 3, we would hear him talking in his room at night. One night I asked who he was talking to. He said, "Tracy." I asked, "Who's Tracy?" And he says, "The girl who lives in the wall. She's usually nice, but sometimes she scares me." He described a girl with brown hair and a yellow dress who would play with him sometimes and occasionally wake him up at night, but he didn't seem to be bothered by any of it, just startled sometimes. He would talk about her once in a while, but it wasn't a common occurrence. A couple of years later, we had added on to the house and moved the master bedroom downstairs, switching the kids' rooms around. Our youngest was now in his old room and about ready to transition from crib to toddler bed. She'd always been a sound sleeper, but she cried almost every night in that room. Her first night in the toddler bed, we heard a loud thud, followed by screaming, and rushed into the room. We were thinking she had fallen out of bed, but she was on the other side of the room. We got her calmed down and back into bed, and it happened again the next night. So we ended up switching the kids' rooms back, and they were fine. We looked up the history of the house, but we didn't find anything about missing little girls or anyone with the name Tracy that had lived there. Eventually, our son stopped talking about her, and a few years later, I ended up taking a job with another company, and we moved. The house was empty for a few months after we moved, and the neighbor across the street called my wife one day. About a week after we left, she thought she saw our daughter looking out the window, so she waved at her, and then she remembered we didn't live there anymore. I worked as a funeral director and embalmer for 26 years. During that time, I lived full-time in 3 separate funeral homes and spent countless nights sleeping or catching short naps on a sofa in a visitation room, often when a very long day would end at 3 or 4 in the morning and the next busy day had to start at 6 or 7. While I truly believe a lot of paranormal activity took place all around, I believe most was so subtle it was easily explained away, ignored, or simply not noticed if you didn't want to. For example, whispering voices when alone in the building, footsteps where no one's walking, turning a corner and seeing a dark figure turn the corner at the far end of the hallway, things like that. While there were a few more distinct occurrences, the one that had the biggest impact happened early in my career. It was late one night in a funeral home that had once been a single-family home and converted into this building. The building had one long, straight hallway running through the center of the building, with offices, viewing rooms, bathrooms, etc. on either side. Both the front and rear doors were made of glass, and looking in either one was like looking in a mirror, especially at night. We had had a visitation, viewing or wake, depending on where you're from. It lasted from 10:30 to 11 p.m. In the funeral business, you never know what could happen during the night, and since I was the lowest-ranking person on staff, it was my job to stay and make sure the entire building was emptied, cleaned, and prepared for whatever may be needed the following day. As I was vacuuming the main hallway, I looked up, and just as clearly as I could see my own reflection, I saw a little girl, maybe 6 or 7 years old, walk across the hall behind me, from our casket selection room into our business office. At first, it didn't cross my mind that it was anything unusual. Children wander out at slower paces than the rest of the crowd constantly, because people simply aren't paying attention in their state of grief, But the time, it was past midnight now, and so this would officially be a child that's been left behind. I turned and started to search the building. I started with where I'd seen her go. I realized after a while, I really was alone. I spent a good 10 minutes searching a small business office with only 2 locked exits, a locked window, and no little girl to be found. While I never let these things keep me from doing my job, I will admit that when vacuuming that hallway, I never looked up. I always kept my eyes on the carpet to make sure I never missed a spot. I was with a new friend from work, walking up to his front door. I'd been there a few times. He unlocks the door and opens it, but pulls off his backpack before we walk in. He's digging inside his bag when I look into the house and I see what looks like a dog. I ask him, "Did you get a dog?" "No." He looks up from his pack and his face drops. We take a couple of steps inside the house and this thing sprints towards us. Like any dog that gets excited when its human has come home. As it got closer, it became immediately clear to me that this was a ghost dog. It looked like a moving pencil drawing in mid-air. There was no temperature change or anything to alert your senses, aside from seeing it. Anyway, like I said, the dog was super excited, running in circles through our legs, jumping up on us, mainly my buddy. We're double and triple checking with each other. "You see it?" Yeah, it's right here. "You see it?" "I see it." This goes on for at least a couple minutes before the dog leaves out the back door. My buddy at this point is a little distraught. I ask him what's going on. He tells me that that was his dog. That dog had died giving birth. We're still in the living room talking about what had just happened when the dog comes through the back door. Only this time, following the dog, are 5 little balls of white light at about puppy height. She walks over to us and the light balls follow. Needless to say, this blew my mind, and at that point, my friend had lost it, started crying. My buddy and I still talk about this, and believe it or not, he says that he's never seen any other kind of ghost in his life, and he never saw this one again. Once upon a time, when I was young and dumb and extremely drunk, my college dorm mates and I decided to make a Ouija board and contact the spirits that we suspected lived in our large old dorm building. We had heard stories, which turned out to be true, that our dorm had been many things before the city sold the building to our school for next to nothing because no one else wanted it. The stories went like this. Our school had been an old TB hospital originally. This story was bolstered by the fact that we had a crematorium in the basement, complete with 2 large, dark, people-cooking ovens. This door was always locked, but we'd gotten in there to view this macabre wonder several times. Supposedly, there was a nurse who had worked at the hospital, whose husband had left her for a woman he'd met during the war, and so she hated men. This will become relevant later. We found a gurney in some back room. It was old and completely made of metal. The kind of thing that could have easily transported the dead from anywhere to that cold crematorium. The last thing that the building had been before the school gained possession was a not-so-nice brothel. Rumor had it that a prostitute had been slain by her pimp in the creepy elevator, one that was so dangerous it had to be drywalled up long ago. There was supposed to be blood splatter still on the walls. Throughout the place, walls were where they weren't supposed to be, added for convenience and space over time. The basement, which was a series of small rooms, had once been one big room with only the crematorium as an extra body storage. The nursing station was on the 2nd floor, and those rooms were safer. Rocking chairs rocked, posters stared, etc. We decided to contact the spirits of the dead the hard, drunk way. No store-bought Ouija board for us. We got a large piece of wood that was cut into a square, and we cut our hands like lunatics and drew the letters in blood. Then we used a convenient shot glass for the planchette and got about the business of contacting the dead. It moved, of course, and everybody blamed everyone else. I was drunk scared, though, which translates to absolutely terrified. We talked to a little boy first, who wouldn't tell us his name, and seemed almost as scared as I was of something. He kept saying that he shouldn't talk to us because 9 was coming. We laughed, accused each other of messing around with the thing, and kept going, because you're chicken shit if you don't, right? Eventually, 9 showed up, and I don't remember a whole lot about what that thing said, but I do remember that it hated on this one guy in our group so much that it was noticeable it didn't appreciate his presence. He was super cute and went through girls like people go through tissues when they have a bad cold. We disbanded our little Ouija experiment soon after that, going our separate ways to our separate rooms. That night, that guy, the one that 9 was hating on, had a nightmare. It was loud enough to wake us all. He said that thing visited him in the night. It claimed they were watching him and were disgusted by him, going as far as choking him to the point that he thought he was going to die. She was wearing a nurse's uniform. I've had a few experiences, but this one happened not too long ago. I've been going to therapy for quite some time. At this point, I'd been with my current therapist for maybe 2 years. I was making progress and was really impressed with how much she'd been able to help me. She had 2 young kids who would come to her office on days when there was no school. There was a playroom set up across from her office. Usually a nanny would accompany the kids. There was never any disruption to our sessions, even though the children were young. I was almost as impressed by that as I was by her obvious skills. This day, she came in with her 2 kids and started upstairs. A much older woman was between her and her kids. I thought that she must have gotten a new nanny. She told me to come up and we settled in for our session, except I had an overwhelming feeling of sadness. I asked her if she was okay. She told me that she was, but, of course, she would say that because she has boundaries. I was looking past her at the closet with a dark wooden door when the strangest thing happened. The older woman that I'd seen behind her kids sort of materialized into the wood grain and then stepped forward behind my therapist. She put her hand on her shoulder. I asked my therapist if she was okay. She assured me she was. Then the older woman seemed to notice me. She spoke. "Tell her I'm okay." I pretended I didn't hear her. She said louder, "Tell her I'm okay." This time I said, "No." This was all happening not out loud, but telepathically. It's very hard to explain. I guess it's sort of like having your head and your heart working simultaneously. I didn't want to tell her that her dead mother was standing behind her, asking me to give her a really bland message from the beyond. I might have been willing to take a chance had she said, tell her about the time when she was 5 and we went to the beach and had a fish boil, or anything that wasn't so mundane. But I'm okay. I don't know. I asked my therapist one more time, and with greater urgency, "Are you sure you're okay?" This time she said, "Well, I just found out before I came to work that someone close to me died." I thought, yeah, no kidding. I told her I was sorry, and that we certainly didn't need to finish the session, since I also knew it was her mother, and she probably needed to make some sort of arrangements. Meanwhile, her mother continued to talk to me. Here's the thing. This is my therapist, not a friend, and I really liked her as a therapist. I didn't really want to tell her that I was seeing things. I also didn't want to pass on a message from the beyond. because it seemed like a really big boundary problem. I left. She told me she'd be gone for several weeks. In the ensuing weeks, I was obsessing about the message from her mother. Keep in mind, my therapist never told me who had died. When she came back to work, I scrounged up my courage and told her what had happened. I described what the woman had looked like, what she was wearing, what she said. I told her I knew it was a pretty bland message, but I had to tell her because I couldn't quit hearing it, and I had to say it out loud to her. She looked absolutely astonished. She told me that when her father passed, her mother would say, "I just wish I knew he was okay." It had become something that she obsessed about over the years. The message, "I'm okay," it meant a lot to her and her siblings. Go figure. Many years ago, I had a job cleaning floors overnight on the graveyard shift once the business closed. The owner of the cleaning service had contracts with the stores like Kmart, True Value Hardware, and a few other retail and department stores. Normally, it was just 2 or 3 guys to a store, depending on the size of the store. True Value, for example, was small, so there'd only be 2 guys assigned. There was a running joke about how scary it is to be locked inside the store, all alone at night, and you don't want to ever experience it. People really seemed to feel this way about the Kmart. I would hear stories of people hearing voices or jokes about it, but I never thought much more about it. Every time I reported to where I was assigned, there was always another guy or 2 there. There were never any issues for me. Well, one night when I reported to where I was assigned, the Kmart, I was told the other 2 guys had called out, so I'd be on my own. I wasn't a bit scared at all. I didn't really think about it. That was until about 10 p.m., when all the Kmart employees had left and the last car rolled out of the parking lot. And so I was locked in the store, alone. I soon realized what everyone meant about how scary it is to be locked in a store this big, alone, overnight. I immediately started hearing noises. I for sure tried to brush it off, but I swear that sometimes it sounded like actual voices. Things like, "Hey," or "Yo." I realized every little noise was causing me alarm. What was that? Who's there? Hello? The entire night you think or you feel like someone's there. I called out hello several times even though I was sure I was alone. The worst part was going into the dark warehouse for supplies. Dead silence. But then you hear a noise. I went to the hardware section at around midnight, and I stuck a hammer in my back pocket for protection. I was convinced that someone was in the store with me this time. By 2 a.m., I was in the sporting goods to grab a baseball bat. I never had to use these things, but I sure felt good carrying them around. It was a huge store, only me inside, and I was locked in. Dead silence. I remember constantly checking the parking lot just to see if someone had arrived or something. The noises going constantly, especially the ones that sounded like voices. They made my imagination start running wild. I was never so happy to see the sun come up and get the hell out of there. I for sure think everyone is on to something. That Kmart was haunted. I can't say the same for True Value, though. That place was pretty boring, and definitely not haunted. Since a young age, I've had experiences with the paranormal. Most of them disturbing, but some have honestly been neutral or even peaceful. This specific instance is by far my most unpleasant personal experience with the paranormal, and it takes place when I was about 19. I'm 35 now. I slept with a nightlight in my room that cast just enough dim light to see vaguely in the otherwise dark room. It brought me comfort and honestly still does to this day. I slept alone in my bed in the middle of the room, It was probably around 1 or 2 a.m. if I had to guess, when I was abruptly startled awake for a reason I was initially unsure of. Was it a sound? A presence? I couldn't tell. Everything was hazy. As I came to, I slowly looked to the left side of my bed and saw a male figure standing silently over me. It was repulsive. Patches of stringy hair on its head, pale, rotting flesh peeling off of its face, big, cold black voids for eyes and sunken deep sockets, decaying and jagged teeth, and a look of utmost malice and hatred on his face that filled me with absolute terror. Suddenly, it reached out and with both hands began to strangle me, pushing me deep into the bed. I remember feeling its cold, dead hands wrapped around my neck. I remember gasping for air that I couldn't take in, writhing beneath its horrifically strong grip. I felt helplessness and fear as I had never felt before. I could feel tears streaming down my cheeks as I thrashed on the bed. What was likely seconds felt like minutes dragging on. I could feel myself becoming dizzy, my vision going blurry, and just as suddenly, it was gone. I felt the grip around my neck disappear, along with the figure itself. I went limp, body contorted into an unnatural position on my bed, and began sobbing. I stayed awake all night, shaking uncontrollably. I was horrified that it would come back for me. I thought initially that maybe I'd had a sleep paralysis episode, but that doesn't add up. I was moving the whole time, fully conscious, and not even remotely paralyzed. I try to find an explanation for it and just can't. Was it a spirit? A demon? Some other entity? Whatever it was, I hope I never experience it again. 16 years later, and I can still imagine those black, dead eyes glaring hatefully at me in the soft glow of the nightlight. It still sends shivers down my spine. When I was about 14, I lived in an old house that once belonged to my great-grandmother. Right next door was an even older house that was once home to my great-grandmother's mother, Mama Roberts. Mama Roberts was dead, and I always suspected that she may have died in the house, because there was a creepy feel whenever you were in that house. We mostly used the house for storage, but there was also a ping pong table, and my friends would come over and we'd play ping pong in the house. One day, my friends and I were playing ping pong, and it started to get late, so we turned off the lights in the house. My friends went home, and I went back to my house. After an hour or so, my parents called me and told me that the light was on in the house, right where we were playing ping pong. I was sure that I'd turned off the light, but I stepped outside. I saw that dark, scary house with the light on in the room where we had been. The thought of going into that house in the dark gave me goosebumps all over. I was very scared, but almost for no reason. And then I had a thought. Mama Roberts is my relative. She wouldn't hurt me. Her spirit may even be able to help me if she had the chance. So I shouted out to the house and said, "Mama Roberts, I left the light on. Can you turn the light off?" That instant, the light went off. It still creeps me out, and that was 22 years ago. My wife and I were paying our respects to friends who lost their 16-year-old son named Justin in a car accident. There were about 12 people at the house, all gathered in the living room, when we all noticed a little 3-year-old girl speaking while looking up above towards the ceiling. When her mother asked her what she was doing, she said she was speaking to Justin and pointed up above the chair. At that moment, Justin's mother let out a wail and began crying and laughing at the same time. That was Justin's chair. the place where he always sat when the family gathered in the living room. The little girl had never met Justin. Her mother was in a church group with Justin's mom. The girl kept looking up at the ceiling for another 30 seconds or so, turned to Jill, Justin's mom, and told her that Justin is fine and not to worry. Unreal. Creepy. Yeah, but in a good way. We lived in an old home. I wanted to change my room, so I gutted it. It was a large 14 by 16 with a small alcove to the side. Prior to insulation was corn cob husks, old newspapers, and plaster. I had to sleep in the alcove to the side. One night I was woken up between 2 and 4 a.m. There was someone in my room, sitting at the edge of the window fan, looking around the room. I assumed at the time that it was my mother. I assumed she couldn't sleep and was planning the next steps. My mother smoked, and the figure I saw was holding her hand out, like there was an ashtray. The figure was in a gown, and since my mother wore flannel gowns to bed, I was led to the assumption that, it was my mom. I rolled over and fell back asleep. When I woke, I asked my mom whether she had any new ideas after she was in my room. She told me she wasn't. It left me quite unsettled, although the months after bothered me even more. My compulsion to gut the house continued. When my room was somewhat livable with drywall, I moved forward to my brother's 2 bedrooms. They ended up moving in with me in the interim. One night, again between 2 and 4 a.m., I woke. Between my 2 sleeping brothers, on a clothes basket, sat a wiry, friendly woman. She was smiling. She waved at me. My heart started pumping. I tried to call out to wake my brothers. Both slept right through it. She chuckled at me, and then, poof, she was gone. The next month, another night, I woke and found her right next to me. She was sitting on my brother's mattress, and she was looking down at my face. I asked her to go away. She burst out laughing. Her head went spinning in one direction, her body in another. A pattern to her visits started to appear, usually between the 21st and 22nd of the month, usually between 2 and 4 a.m., on rare occasions a little earlier or later. If I awoke, I wouldn't open my eyes. She became irritated, started setting off toys or radios in my room. I took out the batteries, unplugged equipment. Nothing helped. Devices would still go off. I started staying away those nights, not coming home. Finally, my parents moved me to the main level of the house. For me, the visits ended. My parents eventually sold the house to a contractor who tore it down. The contractor put up a new monster of a home, but it still sits on the same property. I still wonder whether she's there, but she seemed limited in spatial movement, so I don't think the new occupants know about her. My fellow nurses and I have seen a spirit-like mist rise from the body as a patient died. Scared the hell out of me the first time. After that, I just accepted that the patient had been released from their suffering. One that stuck with me was when I had a patient suddenly tell me his friend was there, and that he wanted him to come with him. Instead of a human, I saw a mist-like blob at the foot of his bed. The man didn't know that his friend, also horribly burned in the same accident, had died a few minutes before. Naturally, we didn't tell him because we didn't want to make his last hours grief-stricken. I told him if he wanted to go with his friend, it was okay. Minutes later, he did. The 2 other nurses beside me saw the mists rise, and they seemed to pass through the window, together. I didn't use names here, but I'll never forget them. Neither of them were survivable, so we became the last new friends they ever made. Our house was built in 1999 on farmland. There doesn't seem to be any reason why we'd have paranormal experiences. No cemetery nearby, no one that died in the house, etc. But soon after my daughter and I moved in, she noticed that there were young energies downstairs. One night as she lay in bed trying to sleep, she felt something snuggle behind her, resting an arm across her shoulder. She thought this one felt like a little girl. Other people felt this energy too and thought it was lonely or sad. There was also an incident in the hallway outside of my daughter's bedroom. She'd gotten up to use the bathroom and felt a hand on her back, pushing her. She thought that this energy was male, maybe 12 years old, mischievous. After my husband and his daughter moved in, we started noticing strange things upstairs as well. One day while I was showering, I turned around to rinse the shampoo out of my hair, and something turned the shower handle all the way to hot. Yet I hadn't touched it or bumped it. A couple of months later, it happened again, but this time I saw the handle itself move without human intervention, and that shouldn't be possible. Of course, no one was there. During this same time period, I was splashed with cold water as I walked out of the main bathroom. I felt it splash across my cheek, shoulder, all over my hand and up my forearm, but no water was on my skin. We were definitely creeped out. My husband put up his cross. We were going through the house. He was saying prayers, even though he doesn't believe in ghosts. After the kids moved out, things quieted down a lot. The quote-unquote haunted area extends about 20 by 10 feet and is on both floors. It includes the kitchen, a bathroom upstairs, and one bedroom, the laundry room, hallway, and bathroom downstairs. Our dog won't go into these areas, not even if you put a piece of steak on the floor. I often hear things fall from the shelves downstairs, but the cat sleeps beside me. Someone or something has strummed my husband's guitar when I was here alone. When my youngest was home from university last summer, the only incident we had was someone saying her name in a loud whisper, right behind her as she walked from the bathroom to her bedroom. She left at the end of August, and everything seemed fine until a few months ago. My husband was downstairs and stopped to play with our boy kitty, Jake. He had balled up a piece of tinfoil in his hand and decided to see how high Jake would jump to catch it. He stood just outside the laundry room, bent over slightly, showed Jake what he had in his hand before releasing it and tossing it over. The tinfoil sailed about 3 feet away before it bounced off something invisible and came back in his direction. Confused, he picked it up again and tossed it. It hit something invisible halfway across and dropped like dead weight to the floor. Since this happened, I've tried contacting local paranormal investigators and they replied to my email but haven't followed up since. I'm updating this to include an incident that happened yesterday morning. My mom moved in with us a few years ago and has Alzheimer's. For the last while, she's been bedridden and requires extra care. So every morning, 2 healthcare aides arrive to bathe her, change her clothes, etc. They follow a simple routine that includes small tubs of soapy water. These are set on a side table so that they can bathe her in her bed. After getting everything ready, they place the little tubs on the table near the head of the bed and move down to the foot to straighten out the blankets and get the towels ready. Both healthcare aides were startled when the table suddenly started to move on one side. One described it as though someone had leaned against it or pushed it down, causing both tubs to slide off the table, hitting the carpet, cracking the plastic, and spilling soapy water all over the floor. When I returned to the house, one of the girls asked me if I'd had any ghosts lately, because those tubs weren't big enough or heavy enough to make the table lean like that. They claimed that they weren't too close to the edge, as both of them saw them slide across before going over. I can't imagine the wind doing that. And the cat was sleeping in my bedroom with the door closed. There's always something going on that's hard to explain. I'm sure a lot of kids, or at least some kids, found their grandparents' house a little creepy. Am I reaching? I could be, but I'll tell you about my grandparents' house and my experience there, which involved my sister, my cousins. So that makes at least 3 people I know, myself and them, who share my feelings about a creepy grandparents' house. First things first, my grandparents, Nonnie and Poppy, were very old. Their home was very old. They were lovely, even throughout their passing, which was less than a month apart from one another. Rest in peace to both of them. So they were very loved. Their home was a source of a lot of great family memories, but it was haunted. And because it was haunted, or because something within that home was charged, as Aunt Peg used to say, it houses some other memories too. My parents would often drop us off with them for a weekend or 2 throughout the year, and in the summertime, me, my sister, and my cousins would stay for a couple of weeks. The first time I ever experienced something, and every time since, was while staying in our mom's old room. It was in the back right corner of their Rambler-style home, Aunt Peg's old room across the hall. I was young, but I know my sister and I were both in school, so couldn't have been younger than 7 at the time. It was just the 2 of us this time, and I'd been having trouble falling asleep, while my sister seemed to pass out instantly. Mom's room now had the old TV from the living room in it, as our parents bought them a new fancy one for Christmas. I'd always liked falling asleep with the TV on at home, so here it was no different, a welcome change. I was familiar enough with the TV that I knew I didn't have a remote for it. I was stuck changing the channels from the knob, same with turning it on or off. I'd picked a channel which connected to the VHS. Since Lion King was already in there, I remember just letting it play. I hadn't fallen asleep, not even close, but I was back in my bunk when I heard the TV shut off. Not only was it the obvious sound of something playing and the familiar buzz of the TV ceasing completely, but the glow from the TV was gone. Had it not been for the hallway light, I would have been in total darkness. It wasn't the TV turning off that scared me, not really. But as I laid there trying to figure out if I was going to turn it back on, something caught my attention. The light from the hallway quickly cut out, as if someone had penetrated the doorway just for a moment. By the time I focused on the doorway, there was nothing there. Sitting up, though, I investigated further by looking around the whole room. I had the top bunk in this sleeping arrangement while my sister slept in the bottom. As I started to look around the room, I thought I saw nothing of real concern. And then I got to the TV. It was still off, housing the reflection of the entire room, but something wasn't right. I could see on the TV that everything was where it should be, everything except for the shadow being standing underneath my bed. I didn't realize how afraid I should be, so I took my gaze away to pop my head down and look at my sister's bed. She was sleeping soundly, and there was no shadow. Still, looking back up at the TV, there it was, a shadow that didn't belong. I decided I didn't need the TV, and I tried to ignore it, turning towards the wall and closing my eyes in an attempt to fall asleep. Only moments later, I hear the sound of the TV being turned on. It's startling. and I jolt up to confirm it's been turned on. It wasn't on a channel, though. It was just a fuzzy static screen, but the static was getting louder. I was going to have to leave my bed and handle the TV, but I felt so frozen. Almost sure I wouldn't be able to do it, but I had to. The sound was going to wake up the whole house. I jumped down the ladder, feet hit the floor, and the TV turned off. I look up at the TV, and there's a shadow just behind my right shoulder. I can't hear anything or feel anything, but the image alone makes me want to scream. I consider swinging around, punching and kicking, but what if this time it was my sister? Instead, I spun around, fully expecting the shadow to not be there, just like last time. Only this time, it was there. An endless black mass, about as tall as me. No eyes, no face, no distinguishable features at all. Before I could even scream, it suddenly passed through me, leaving my chest with an intense, cold pain. It felt like my torso was experiencing brain freeze. It hurt, but only for a moment. As much as I wanted to turn on the lights, the ladder was closer. I jumped up, dove under the covers. I had no idea what had just shot through my body, but I felt like I couldn't breathe. I don't think I got more than a couple of hours of sleep. It was this odd in and out of sleep, and it kept me exhausted, like when I had the flu. I remember the next morning being afraid to tell anyone about what I had seen. I kept the image to myself, and intentionally slept in the living room that night, after my grandparents retreated to bed. I almost felt sorry for leaving my sister in the room, but she didn't really seem to have been bothered the same way I was bothered, so I reasoned with myself that it was okay. Suddenly, I heard screaming. It was coming from my mom's old room, and it was my sister. I wasn't the first one awoken by her screams. I saw Nani walking toward the room. She didn't even see me on the couch. I contemplated just staying where I was. Somehow I knew it was going to be the figure on the TV. My sister was crying, screaming. Then she started calling for me to come help her. I was forced to move, and I ran into the room. My sister was sitting outside of her bed, on the floor, full of tears, crying about a shadow that woke her up by touching her face. She said that she called for me. I don't even think that Nani knew what my sister was talking about. She continued to try to console her into a less amped up state. Once my sister calmed down, I started to crawl into the top bunk, took my position there. Clearly, I couldn't just leave her again. And that was that. An event my little sister barely remembers, but I remember it super clearly. The next time I encountered this figure was in the same room, less than a year later, as it would have been the summer versus the holidays. Our cousins were there, staying in Aunt Peg's old room. Since my cousin Shelby and I are around the same age, we made our younger siblings sleep together in Aunt Peg's room, while we took over Mom's old room with the TV. Most of the night we were playing card games and any board games that we could find for 2 players. But eventually, we'd have to go to sleep. And I hadn't forgotten about the last time I was there. But somehow, I felt more brave or maybe safe with Shelby being there. Only thing was, Shelby wanted the top bunk, which would put me on the bottom. I didn't want to seem like a wuss, so I agreed. I almost made it a full night without getting scared. I kept telling myself that I wouldn't experience the same thing twice, because it was probably a nightmare. Technically, I didn't experience the same thing, but I saw the shadow. I don't know what woke me up exactly, but I suspect it was the TV turning off. Or I suspect it was something similar that happened to my sister. I was suddenly awakened, and I could see a dark shadow, and a piece of its shadowy self reaching towards my face, but I didn't feel like screaming. I just felt like being perfectly still, but I must have made some sort of noise as I heard Shelby whisper my name from the top bunk. Remembering the last time, how I'd said nothing, how I'd turned to face it, I didn't want the same thing to happen to me, but I didn't know how to prevent it. So I just called back up to her, and it felt good to use my voice, but it felt bad that this shadow was still above me. It's like I couldn't even focus on what else she was saying, because this all-consuming energy, it was over me, and I was freezing. Without moving, I watched as Shelby jumped down the ladder in a familiar routine, but she ran for the light. The shadow either disappeared just before or just as she switched the light on. But Shelby had seen it. She basically had my exact experience from the first, except she was smart enough to just run away from the shadow instead of facing it. With the lights on, Shelby came running back towards my bunk. She was almost crying as she tried to tell me what she'd seen. I asked her before she could even get the words out, "Did you see the shadow?" Her eyes widened. She shook her head. Even though I'd been really scared, I felt like I needed to help Shelby because she seemed more scared. I told her it was okay. We decided to sleep on the floor of Aunt Peg's old room. The next morning, I didn't plan on saying anything, but Shelby was adamant, grilling Nani and Poppy the next morning. As she recounted her experience, I could see my little sister start to remember her own experience, but I watched it leave her face too. I backed Shelby up by saying that I'd seen the shadow. I told them all I'd seen it twice. Poppy laughed, which he did that a lot, saying that us kids sure had an imagination on us. Shelby squealed in frustration, stamped her feet, and declared that she wouldn't be staying in that room anymore. The rest of the week, the kids piled in one room, and oddly enough, no more shadows. These types of events would repeat themselves through the years, but as I got older, the shadow became less visible, so much so to the point where it was easy to dismiss it as a trick of the light, though truthfully, I never believed it to be a trick of the light. Instead, I was just happy that it was fleeting and short-lived. The reality is, when you experience something like this, I don't think it's as easy to dismiss anything anymore, and you're just destined to be a believer. Though I haven't seen the shadow since I was a child, the fact that it was there never left me. I'll try to convince my cousin to share her own experiences with the shadow, but even as adults, Shelby really doesn't like talking about it. I went to high school in northern Kentucky for a couple of years. Me being bored with little friends, didn't really know what else to do other than take my bike out and go explore the mountainous roads near home. In the middle of summer, I left about 8 a.m. and set out for a nearby town. At about 11 a.m., I realized that I was getting pretty thirsty, and when I looked down at the cup holder, I panicked. I'd forgotten my water bottle on the kitchen counter. These are the foothills of the Appalachians. There's got to be a stream somewhere, right? I dropped the bike near the side of the road and covered it with leaves, started walking towards what I hoped was a stream at the bottom of the hill. There were streams everywhere, so I hoped there would be some water. When I got to the bottom, sure enough, there was a stream. Or at least there was when it rained, because it was all dried up. I had a splitting headache. I could hardly think clearly. I didn't know what to do, so I prayed. To this day, I've only prayed for 4 things in my entire life, and this was the first one. I just prayed for water, or guidance to a house, or a store, or someone to possibly drive by, something to drink. Halfway back up the hill, a man in a suit walked out from a tree, like, no shit, right there in front of me, and said, "You look thirsty. Would you like some water?" And he held out a bottled water. I didn't notice that he was wearing a suit at the time. I didn't care that it was so random. I just took it and drank it. He gave me directions to a house about 10 minutes away, told me that they'd give me a lift home. I thanked him I don't know how many times and started walking up the hill, thinking that he was right behind me. Only he wasn't, and I didn't notice until I got to the top and sat down in the shade, cooling off. I sat there thinking for a few minutes about how random that was. And wait, was that guy wearing a suit? Yes, he was. What the After 10 minutes of me trying to figure it out rationally, I just gave up and continued on to the house that he'd given me directions to. Maybe they knew him. I found the house, and they gave me some Gatorade and a lift home with my bike in the back of their truck. Along the way, we made some small talk. I told them about the man in the suit. They looked at each other, and it got awkward. Well, they can think I'm crazy or not. I don't care as long as I can get home. The air conditioning felt great, and I just looked out the window the last bit before I got to my parents' house. The wife spoke up and asked me, what did the man look like? I told her what I'd noticed. His hair, the tattoo on his hand. She started to break down crying, told me to shut up. Not in a mean way, just impassionately to shut up. The man looked at me in the rear view, told me about how their son had died near their house in a freak accident. And my description, it sounded just like him. Then they sort of apologized, told me not to take offense, that it probably wasn't him. They were backtracking. Now they thought that I thought they were crazy. But I don't know that I did. Was it him? I'll never know. I don't even know where I was. Was it an answer to my prayer? Maybe. I just don't know. I have no rational explanation, only a memory. Yesterday, I was surprised to see an old friend's name in my unread messages. His name's Austin. We knew each other from elementary school. He contacted me asking if I remembered a birthday party we'd both been in attendance for. His inquiry wasn't pertaining to the actual festivities, more so what happened adjacent to the party. And boy, did I remember. The birthday was being held at the apartment complex this kid lived in. The family had rented out the cabana for the day. The inside had air hockey, table tennis, and a few arcade games, which were all set to free play during the duration of the rental. Out the back doors was a long path that led to a lake with a dock. That's where most of the kids were playing that day. At that time in my life, I was very self-conscious about my body image. I was quite large compared to my peers, and they wouldn't hesitate to remind me any chance they got. As an adult, I'm able to understand that children are just holistically dumb. Fat jokes were the only low-hanging fruit of comedy their grubby little paws could grasp. But as a kid, it was traumatic. Needless to say, I spent the majority of my time in the cabana, pretending that I was too obsessed with getting high scores in the arcade games to bother with the water. Austin was also in the cabana that day because he had a big cast on his arm from a break he sustained a few months prior. This being the 90s, the small amount of chaperone supervision was focused primarily down by the lake, meaning Austin and I were alone in the cabana for most of the party. Personally, I preferred this, but Austin wanted to sneak away and explore the whole cabana. It was a huge building, and surely there had to be more exciting stuff compared to what was in the designated game room. I don't know what we were expecting to find that would be cooler than what was in the game room, but again, we were holistically dumb. And with no adult in sight, Austin and I opened the unlocked, staff-only door located on one of these walls. The door led into a small hallway that led to a stairwell. Austin led the way as we climbed the flight of stairs. First door we found was locked, so we walked up another flight and tried the next one. It opened. Through this door was another hallway. It was dark. Keeping the stairwell door open, we used the light to search for a light switch, but there were none on the walls. I looked up, and there weren't even light fixtures on the ceiling, almost like it was under construction, but from the stairwell glow, the rest of the visible hallway looked intact. Clean carpet, no musky odors. We could also see another door directly across the way. It was a large glass door. It looked slightly illuminated from the sunlight coming in from the room's windows. Seeing that as our next destination, we let the stairwell door close behind us, turning the hallway black again, aside from the light emanating from the glass door in front of us. It was about 20 paces from where we were, but we were both a bit spooked, standing in the dark, quiet hallway. Austin was more hesitant to take the lead this time, and we walked parallel, approaching the door. After the first few steps, I began to feel that overwhelming sense of dread, like something was waiting to grab us from the shadows. The only reason I continued walking was because I didn't want to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. Out of nowhere, Austin says, "What?" And so I say, "What?" And he says, "Were you just whispering?" I say no, and he gives a forced laugh and says, "Oh, weird." Most likely trying not to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. So we continue towards the glass door. The sense of dread has only grown in my stomach, and I swear I see movement in the black around us. I don't know if I actually saw the dark moving, but to this day, I haven't seen anything like what I was seeing in that hallway. It was like waves of shadows rippling around the walls. My eyes couldn't comprehend exactly what I was seeing. Then, I feel Austin's cast pressed against my chest, stopping my stride. He doesn't have to tell me why we stopped, because when I stare directly forward again at the glass door, there's now a silhouette on the other side of the glass, blocking out a portion of the door's light. It stood completely still, examining us from the other side. We froze, holding our breath in fear, until the shadow disappeared like a blink, as if it was never there. The door once again had a soft glow fully engulfing the glass and the carpet in front of the door. It was gone faster than we could react. Austin and I remained statued for a good couple of seconds before our brains told us to panic and run. When we get to the stairwell door, the handle acts as if it's locked, and Austin starts pounding on the door with his cast while we both cry out in terror. It's only after 5 or 6 desperate shakes that the door handle fully turns and the door pops open into the stairwell with ease. At this point, we're both in tears, absolutely bawling as we run down the stairs back to the cabana game room. When we get back, there's thankfully still no one in there, and we have enough time to go to the bathroom and get cleaned up. We agree that we couldn't tell anyone because we knew that we'd get in trouble for trespassing past the staff-only door. Honestly, after that, the rest of the party was a blur. I don't even remember if I sang happy birthday to the kid before leaving. But 30 years later, and still, I remember that hallway vividly. Unfortunately, being with someone almost makes it worse, because your brain can't just forget it as a distorted child memory. There's someone else out there that shares the very same, very real memory I experienced. This has been happening since I was 7. Most of the time when it's dark, there's a tall silhouette of a man. I don't know why, but their mere presence makes me afraid. For about 2 years, I couldn't sleep unless there was a light on in my room. Otherwise, the shadow man was just there, watching me sleep. And when I turned 12, I started getting sleep paralysis from them. Their face was covered in holes. I know dreams aren't reality, but every dream with them is so vivid. My most recent nightmare, they were in the forest that I constantly dream of, and they started eating my chest. The dream was so vivid I felt it. And now, it just sits at my bed. Most nights I had to pretend to be asleep, because I was genuinely afraid what would happen if they knew I was awake. On the occasion, I would take a small peep. It was always on the ceiling, right above my bed. Because of the way my room was built, that makes them about 1 meter away from me. Fearing for my life, just talking to someone about them makes me feel their presence. This requires a little backstory. When I was born, it was just me and my mom, and because of this, I became quite clingy. She was the only one that I had and the only person that I really knew. And I developed extreme separation anxiety whenever I wasn't around her. So in order to sleep in my own room, I needed her to come in and say goodnight, and often I would sneak into her room in the middle of the night and sleep there. Every night I would yell for her to come into my room, and she would sit on the edge of my bed, reassure me that I was safe, turn off the lamp next to my bed, and close the door, leaving it just cracked enough where a little bit of light would shine through from the hallway. Her bedroom was quite literally across the hallway from mine, so when I would wake up in the middle of the night, scared, I'd slowly creak open my door and easily walk over to her room. I'd always know she was there because her door was cracked the same way mine was. When I was around 3 years old, she got remarried, which meant I couldn't sneak into her room quite as often. So her coming in and saying goodnight was a crucial part of me being able to sleep. I remember this night so clearly. I was around 4 or 5 years old. I get into bed, my lamp is on, my door is wide open. I yell for my mom like I did every night, and no response. This wasn't necessarily unusual because sometimes she'd be in a different part of the house and I'd just have to yell a few more times before she could hear me. I yell and yell, but she never comes, and I start to become quite anxious. I remember my mind racing with fear. I thought something terrible must have happened for her to not hear me yelling for her. But I just kept yelling, "Mom? Mama?" I just kept yelling, and I began to cry when all of a sudden I see this woman enter my doorway. This woman was very misty, almost like a cloud. And all of a sudden, this comfort feeling fell over me, and I stopped crying. She stood in my doorway and smiled at me, then began waving her hand, motioning for me to come into the hallway. I then saw her slowly disappear. I got up and walked into the hallway, and she was gone. I see my mom's door wide open and no one inside. I then started to hear noise coming from the basement, which I couldn't hear from inside my room. I walk down to the basement and I see my mom and her husband watching a movie a little too loud, and when they see me, they pause it, and I can see my mom realize that she hadn't said goodnight yet. She then brings me upstairs and puts me to bed. I never really told anyone about this, but it's always something I remembered because of how she smiled at me, made me feel less scared. It was almost as if she was trying to tell me that my mom was fine, she just couldn't hear me. It's also something I learned from a young age that not all ghosts are scary or out to harm you. I've always appreciated that thought. I'm not one to believe in ghosts, spirits, poltergeists, demons, or other paranormal oddities, though I enjoy horror movies about them. But I do want to answer the question about Ouija board experiences because of a true incident that happened to me back in the mid-1970s. I grew up in a small house in Southern California. Over the years, my mother added rooms to the house. When it was complete, one of the bedrooms ended up in the center of the house, with no windows to the outside, only 2 doors. One door led to the hallway, and the other led to a new living room that was added on. I had 2 brothers, and none of us wanted that room as our bedroom because it was dark and had no natural light source. Our mother found it equitable to have us all rotate into the room for 6-month intervals. The closet in that room was where we put all of our old games, Monopoly, Clue, Mousetrap, etc. One of those games was our Ouija board, if you want to call it a game. We played with it for a short time when we were kids, but it was kind of creepy, and as children, we always heard that messing with the spirit world could be dangerous. there are some odd things that happened while playing with that. In our young minds, it seemed very weird, but we eventually moved on to other things. When it became my time to stay in the room, I was around 16 or so, I found it annoying that something kept knocking on the closet from the inside, like it was tumbling down from the top of the closet to the floor. I would constantly look into the closet to see what it was, but everything was always in place. It would happen at uneven intervals between every 15 to 25 minutes, 24 hours a day, every day and night. I asked my brothers about it, and they said it was the same for them. We even had our mom listen to it, and she couldn't find an explanation. About 2 years later, my mom bought a tool shed for the backyard. I ended up putting the Ouija board in the shed because it was still in good condition, and I thought it would be wrong to throw it away. The knocking in the closet immediately stopped and never happened again. When we finally moved from the house, I figured it was best not to bring the board with us. As I said in the beginning, I don't really believe in evil spirits and all that, and I've been an atheist for the last 40 years, but this is a true story, one that I can't explain. I have no idea what stretch of highway it actually is, but about 3 or 4 years ago, just before the pandemic, my boyfriend and I were driving back to Portland from Reno. It was probably around sunset, so not even fully dark, not fully light either. We turned around a bend in the road, and we saw, coming head-on, a semi-truck. It looked like it was in our lane. It looked real. Completely caught off guard and terrified, my boyfriend swerves into the other lane, which would be otherwise oncoming traffic, to avoid this semi-truck. Before he can even fully make it into the other lane and we get closer, it just disappears. There was no sound, no wind. Everything other than us now being on the other side of the road was normal. My boyfriend quickly corrected himself to get to the right side of the road. I turn my head, he looks in the rear view. Nothing. No truck. No anyone. Hi, I'm Laura. I'm 25 and currently going through a divorce. I moved in with my sickly grandmother roughly 2 months ago. She doesn't need full-time care, so mostly I just handle the housework and keep her prescriptions straight. She's lived in this same house for my entire life and tells everyone it's haunted. But we thought Nana was just being Nana. She's always been superstitious, but no, it's haunted all right. But before I start with the strange experiences, there's a few things to know. First, the house was built in the 50s, but it has only had 2 previous owners, and there's no records of any deaths occurring on the property, natural or otherwise. Second, it's a small 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom house, and the walls are pretty thin, so we can hear everything. And finally, upon moving in, Nana advised me to cover the mirror in my room because it's the source of the haunting, according to her. Also, the mirror is part of an extremely large dresser that sits against the same wall as the door. It's made of real wood and takes a lot of people to move it. Okay, now we can start for real. Thanks to my diary, I started keeping track of the activity before I knew there was anything to keep track of. I'd had trouble sleeping the first couple of nights, but I'm having a really difficult time with the divorce. Of course, it was hard to sleep. On the 3rd night, I kept hearing Nana get up to go to the restroom at least a dozen times. Footsteps walked across her room, down the hall, and into the bathroom. Then, after a short pause, they would return to her room. I assumed that she wasn't flushing the toilet as to not wake me. The next morning, I asked if she was feeling okay, or if there was anything special I could pick up on the way home from work. When she asked why, I explained, and she said that she didn't get out of bed once the entire night, that I probably heard, in her words, the man in the mirror. I was late for work, and I thought that she must be embarrassed, so I didn't press the issue. I did, however, begin sleeping with headphones. 2 days later, I woke up and, still groggy, walked past the dresser and caught a glimpse of a dark shadow standing on my bed. I screamed, turning to see nothing but an empty room. When I looked back at the mirror, it was normal again, too. Since I was physically rubbing the sleep out of my eyes when I saw it, I chalked it up to Nana's stories getting to me. I've also had a few reoccurring dreams where a man calls to me from inside the mirror, but I don't want to officially include those among my possible encounters since they could easily be my imagination. However, for the record, I've never had nightmares like this before moving here. Things were quiet for over a week after the first Shadow Man incident. I had pretty much forgotten about the whole thing, but then it happened again. I was standing directly in front of the mirror, putting on my makeup, and I glanced down just long enough to make sure I got the right eyeshadow. Ladies, I know you know what I mean. That quick flash down and then right back up while you're leaning towards the mirror. I did that, and when I looked back up, there was a blurry oval shape, very head-like, hovering right behind my shoulder. I only saw it for a brief instant before screaming and turning, but it wasn't a fully formed shadow figure like before. This was more like strands of black fog trying to solidify into the shape of a head, but falling short. When I calmed down, I finally had a serious talk with Nana about the mirror. Before, I had immediately dismissed her stories without really hearing them, but now I was ready to listen. When Nana and Grandpa moved in, the house was empty except for that dresser and the attached mirror. Being such a bulky item, they assumed the previous owners didn't have a way to move it and left it empty for over a month, just in case they came back. It really is a beautiful set. This was after Mom and her 2 brothers were grown, so it was just Nana and Grandpa living there. A few months later, it was Thanksgiving, and they decided to move the dresser into their room. It took Grandpa, both of my uncles, and my dad just to slide it across the hallway. And they even told Nana, "I hope you like it because that baby is in there forever." Little did they know. They began hearing noises soon after. On multiple occasions, Grandpa got out of bed with his gun because he thought someone had gotten inside, but he never found anyone. Eventually, Nana saw a shadow figure crouched in the corner of the room, but when she turned around, no one was there. She saw it on 2 other occasions as well. Once when it was standing a few feet behind her, and once when it was sitting on her bed. Grandpa never saw it, but he witnessed the whole mirror shaking by itself while getting dressed one morning. By Christmas, they had seen enough and wanted it gone. Dad and my uncles were none too pleased with the development, but seeing how upset my grandparents were, they agreed to move it back into the guest bedroom. Only that wasn't good enough. They wanted it out of the house entirely. Unfortunately, they had barely been able to get potholders beneath the legs to slide it between adjacent rooms the first time. To get it outside, they would have had to pivot around multiple corners. Nana was so upset that one of my uncles measured just to confirm it wasn't physically possible. They would have had to take it apart and cut the frame to get rid of it. Even if they'd had the time, they didn't have the right tools. My uncles promised to do it after New Year's, but life got easier once the mirror was out of my grandparents' room, so it just never got done. They kept it covered with a blanket and would hear the occasional noise, but for the most part, they stayed out of that room and forgot about it. I'm the only other person who has actually lived in the same room with that thing, and now I also keep a blanket over it. Again, there was more than a week where nothing happened, but just as I let my guard down, I woke up to the sound of my music suddenly being turned all the way up during a particularly loud part. My headphones had done a perfect job of blocking out any nighttime noises up until that point, but I didn't want to sleep with them after that. Since then, I've woken up to the sound of a man crying, and I tried to record it, but the second I got my camera open, everything went silent. That was the last thing I've experienced so far, but I'm sure there will be more. I have no clue what this mirror's history could be or how to find out. I just know that I'm getting pretty close to buying a handsaw and dismantling this thing myself. My father wasn't faithful. He was a man of faith, but hardly practiced what he preached. One night, he came home late from work, smelling like another poor sucker of a woman's perfume. Then, he had the nerve to lay his hands on my mom when she mentioned the pungent aroma that he'd brought in. He popped her in the eye, and it swelled up real fast. I ran at him, swinging with everything I had, trying to stop him from going after my mom, but he was a behemoth compared to my small stature at the time. Before I can get in striking distance, he turns and punches me in the stomach, instantly knocking the wind out of my entire body, crumbling me to the floor. This was the straw that broke the camel's back. My mom ran into the bedroom and got his hunting rifle from the closet. She didn't know a lot about guns, but knew enough to aim and shoot one. My mom also didn't have to worry about aiming it all that much, seeing as she fired from a near point-blank range, lining the barrel up right under the back snaps of his hat before pulling the trigger. Recoil kicked the rifle up and out of her hands, bouncing off the ceiling at the exact same time his hat did. We left his body in the living room until the next day. Early in the afternoon, my mom thinks, his work will be suspicious if he no-call no-shows. She calls his boss, fabricating a lie about a foodborne illness that her husband's come down with, explaining this is why he's been unaccounted for. His boss tells her that Jeremy, my dad, was let go back in August. They hang up, and I can't help but to question my mom about her poor choice in men. Jeremy was never a good father or husband, but for some reason, my mom had built a life and a family with this man over 10 years ago, before that night. Years of abuse, physical and mental, walking on eggshells every night, in fear something we'd do would set him off. We both felt a sense of morbid relief when the rifle's boom silenced his degrading tirade. My mom took the whole next day digging a hole in the outskirts of our property. It's where she buried my dad. I stayed at my grandma's house while she deep cleaned the living room and every item of clothing we wore that night. Jeremy's car was pushed deep into the lake off the interstate. My mom then walked the 12 miles back home in the dark. But even in death, his torment persisted. My mom would see his shadow standing in doorways or walking from room to room. I remember one morning when I walked into her room, she was sitting on the edge of her bed, staring at the door. Quickly, she asked me if I was just in her room, but I wasn't. Before walking in, I'd been in my room, sleeping. Sometimes, she would wake up screaming, even crying out, usually something like no or stop. Often, loud enough to wake me up 2 doors down. I couldn't believe that it was possible to be tormented even after death. You think the worst is over, that the bad is gone, until it's sharing some sort of realm with you, still. From time to time, I'd catch him in the corner of my eye, always with more detail than I would like. I'd spot his red flannel standing out against the other more gray spatial colors. Of course, it was his red flannel, accompanied by a radiating dark feeling of dread, walking on eggshells. Only I knew now that it was only a feeling. I hated it. I resented it. I resented the whole house, probably, my life in general, but I was too young to understand that. I would usually ignore him entirely. I wouldn't try to make eye contact or engage. I only talked to him once. I knew he'd been scaring my cat, Smithers. He liked to sleep between my mom's room and my room, which is why we keep the doors open. At night, my dad, he'd close the door, and he'd stand in my mom's doorway, a towering dark figure in the night. Smithers, horrified. For several days, I found him sleeping in the bathtub in the bathroom next to my room. So, I'd been really actually pissed off. Laying in bed, I shouted, not caring if my mom heard me or not. I yelled that I hated him, to leave me the fuck alone. I told him to stop scaring my cat, that he was a dead guy. He needed to move on. After that outburst, I felt pretty good. I was young, but proud of myself for swearing, for standing up to the guy, even if he was dead. From there on out, I spent my time avoiding his energy, focusing on mine. Whether I could or not, it doesn't really matter. I believed I could control my experiences. My mom, not so much. This happened for 2 months, until my mom couldn't take it anymore. She called the police to dig up the body. I then spent the rest of my adolescence up north with my aunt and uncle. I often wonder what happened to that property, and if his spirit, or whatever you call it, is still roaming. Of course, I can't personally bring myself to go back there. I mean, I escaped the guy twice now. I'm not gonna risk it. I've lived in this house for almost 4 years now. For a while, my bed would be in the corner of the room, but facing the door. Every night, without stopping, I'd feel a presence in the doorway, standing there, watching me. No matter how many times I've turned on the light to see no one there or in the hall, I always feel it watching me at night. I was robbed about a year ago, and I was trying to de-stress, and as I walk out of my room, a girl looks up and stares at me. I think she's one of the robbers, but as I chased her out of the house, I reached the kitchen, and as I went to the front door, I saw it was locked, with a chair in front of it, the way I'd left it. To say the least, I was terrified, but I didn't act like it, because if you show your fear, that's what they'll feed upon. So I moved my bed to the other side of the room, which made me put my full-body mirror to the wall, facing the door. I just wanted a difference to try to feel better. The first night felt fine, until I looked in the mirror, and I felt like I was about to see someone jump out of it. Luckily, I fell asleep before anything like that could happen. A few years later, I'm still here. I feel them all the time, but I never let them know. When they do things, I pay them no mind. If I ever get out of this hellhole, I'll let you guys know. Until then, hello from the mover house, because they really like to move things. If you have any questions, I'm open to answering. And to the people wondering why I do nothing, this isn't the first time I've seen ghosts or had to deal with them. And it's the smartest way for me to not make them angry or upset. Ignore them. This happened some time ago, in the early 2000s. My parents were in a rough patch, and my dad had moved out of the house. I was in high school at the time. It started out one night when my mom and I were watching TV. It sounded like scratching noises, heavy, dragging noises, in the attic, and we immediately assumed raccoons. I don't remember the timeline exactly, but we kept hearing the noise, and each time, maybe a few nights later or a week later, the noise slowly crossed from one end of the attic all the way to the other end of the house. My mom did have a company come check for animals, but they didn't find any. Then, the real scary stuff started to happen. I was asleep one night, and I woke up to a figure next to my bed. My best description is a shadow person. I slowly grabbed my blanket and I covered myself with just a peephole to watch. It was entirely black, even darker than the dark room that I was in, and it looked like the darkness was slowly steaming off of it. I was both amazed and terrified. I watched it for what felt like hours until it slowly backed out of my room. I was afraid to leave my bed. Eventually, I fell asleep. The next morning at breakfast, my mom said that she saw someone standing at the foot of her bed, and then I told her what I'd seen. There was a heaviness in the house after that. Other times I remember waking up at night and hearing voices and whispering. Sometimes I could hear music playing, like it was an old theater or something. When I peeked outside my room, the noises would cease. One night, the dresser drawers at the foot of my bed slammed open and shut. Another night, Mom started screaming in the middle of the night. I grabbed my baseball bat and I ran into her room. Just outside of her bedroom door was a chair, and I swear I saw this shadow figure sitting in it as I ran into her room. She told me someone had laid down on her bed next to her. As the encounters progressively got more frightening, we were afraid to stay in the house at night. I would sleep with all of the lights on, if I could sleep at all. We started spending the night in a hotel. Even in the daytime, you'd hear things like someone calling your name. I can't remember how long the haunting lasted. I'm guessing it was at least 3 or 4 months that had passed, and my mother was getting tired of being afraid of her own home, so she had the house blessed. Sometime in the next few days, my mom was heating up a cup of water for tea in the microwave, and it exploded in the microwave. I asked her how long she'd put it in there, and then boom. These loud, scratching sounds ran down the walls around us. A dark mist filled the house. The voices and whispers all around us. My mother and I grabbed each other's arms in horror. All these sounds were happening simultaneously. And then this very deep, unusual voice began taking over all the other noise. It was deep and unnatural. And if it was some sort of real language, I've never heard anything like it, not even to this day. As my mother and I stood there, we looked down the hall toward the voice. Something was there, like a fucking horror movie. It was quadrupedal, made of the darkness, like drawing with a Sharpie in the air. It had what looked like several rows of spines down its back. And then my mother started to pray. So did I. The creature slowly backed down the hallway and into the bedroom. And slowly, all the noises and voices faded away. The mist or haze seemed to follow it down the hallway until everything returned to normal. I never saw or experienced anything again in that house. If anyone was curious, yes, when my friends came over, they had experiences as well. I've had other experiences since then, but nothing like back then. Sorry it's so long. I'm sure I've left out some bits, but thanks for reading. Recently, I've felt something following me around, everywhere. I always feel like someone's watching me. I feel a hand on my shoulder or a head when there's nothing there. So I keep seeing this thing when I'm outside. It doesn't talk usually, but I keep seeing it wherever I go. It's always behind a tree or hiding. When I was younger, I used to go outside to swing next to the huge tree, and I kept seeing a shadow figure stick its head out. But whenever I actually looked at it, it disappeared. It doesn't hurt or scare me. It's sort of like a father. It comforts me, and yes, it may be an imaginary friend, but it feels real. I keep feeling it touch my shoulder. I feel it next to me, always beside or behind me. When I sleep and face the wall, I feel it behind me. There are times when I see it or hear it in the closet or in the hallway at night. But it doesn't harm me. It doesn't harm me, and it says it brings no threats. It's comforting to me. Talk to it sometimes. During school, I write about it, draw about it. I might be crazy, but it looks so real and feels so real. It's super tall, no face, no accessories, nothing on it. A shadow figure, really skinny. I can almost see its bones. It has a sort of low, raspy voice. It's nice and kind. It's never made me feel threatened or scared. I feel happy, relaxed, and welcome it. I can never touch it though, but it can touch me. If I try to touch it, it fades away. It's not around me all the time, but comes to me when I feel stressed out or scared. No one else seems to see him but me, but I know I see it. Also, I just don't see him behind trees. Sometimes, when I swing, I see him next to the road. Once I saw him next to the road somewhere else, but it was signaling for me to follow it. I'm not sure if he's a ghost, a bad spirit, a good spirit, imaginary friend, a shadow person, or anything else. Anyone who knows more about ghosts or might have an idea what this is, please tell me. I don't want to get rid of it, but if you think I should, please tell me that too. So, backstory. When I was young, maybe around 14, I was obsessed with ghosts. I'd research about them, watch shows about them, just had all of this curiosity all over. Within a few months, I started hearing noises, having disturbing dreams. I'd constantly hear footsteps when I was alone, and things like falling off the walls or doors slamming. I'd constantly have sleep paralysis dreams, but never saw anything. Not yet. Finally, one day, I woke up around 3 a.m. The energy in the room, it was off. Like someone was around watching me. It's the middle of winter in Illinois. The moon was out and it was snowing outside, so the moonlight was shining through my window. I finally muster up the courage to look over my covers, and 3 feet away from me is this solid black figure. It was like 7 feet tall, kind of looked like a person with a draped blanket covering it. The texture was also very rough. It nearly gave me a heart attack, so I put my covers over my head and fell back asleep. I woke up in the morning and thought maybe I was dreaming. Later in the day, I start telling my sister about it while sitting in my room, and then all of the lights in my room shut off. So we all get up and leave and start screaming. Later that night, I go to bed, and then I wake up around the same time. Before I open my eyes, I can tell I'm not facing the wall. I slowly open my eyes, and that same figure is standing a foot away from me. I go back under the covers for a few minutes, and then double check to make sure I'm not dreaming. It's still there. I end up telling my mom, and she sages the house, and that was the end of that. Present day, I just moved into a new apartment, my first time living alone. I just can't stop thinking about this creepy-ass face in my mind. Just imagine, like a girl from The Grudge, my closet is giving me weird vibes. I'm just really afraid if I keep thinking about it, the same thing will end up happening. Except this time there's no one else living with me or here to help. I should probably go to sleep soon. I'm just too scared to turn off the lights. I think I might sleep with the window open, just to hear the outside noises. Any advice? Does thinking about this type of stuff invite it into your home? This morning I woke up at 5 and went to the gym before class. I'm staying at my parents', but they're away for a month, so I've had the house to myself. I always wake up, let the dog out, shower, let the dog back inside before I leave. But this morning, it felt a little weird. The house had a strange energy. I let the dog out into the pitch black yard, but the deck light didn't come on, which is unusual. I brushed it off and took a shower. The dog was waiting for me when I returned. I opened the door and the large black lab walked inside and straight under the table. I then tried to go to my room, but as I was leaving, I felt the same strange feeling from when I'd woken up. I looked at the dog's bed, noticed he wasn't in it, so I looked back at the door to see that he was still sitting outside. My stomach instantly dropped. I know I watched him come inside. I let my actual dog inside and searched my house to see if another animal came in, but I didn't find anything. The thing I let in before was about the right size, but it did look more like a shadow. It moved a little differently. I called my girlfriend since she was waiting for me at the gym. She thinks it was my imagination, but I've never ever imagined something this real. I wasn't even tired. My dog was also acting a little strange, staring at the wall and growling quietly. But I left soon after that. I'm at a loss. If anyone has a possible explanation, I'm really dreading sleeping there alone tonight. This happened late on a Saturday night 40 years ago, when I was 10 and living alone with my mom. She'd gone to bed, but I was having trouble falling asleep. My room was dark, but you could still make out shapes. The sliding closet door was normally closed, but it was open that night. I was laying in bed facing the closet door when I saw it. At first, I thought it was my hoodie, but then it floated out of the closet, straight towards me. It was hard to breathe, but I hid beneath the blankets, hoping whatever it was would go away. I waited for what seemed like a long time before finally getting the courage to poke my head out, which was a terrible idea. That thing was still coming closer. It looked like a black, cloaked figure. It wasn't very tall, and I couldn't see any hands or feet. It didn't have a face either. It came even closer, so I closed my eyes to pray it away. I was so scared I didn't know what else to do. When I opened my eyes again, it was right by my bed, and I stopped breathing. The figure bent down, getting closer to my face. But then, it retreated toward the closet and vanished. But I continued screaming bloody murder until my mom came to check on me. I frantically explained what happened. She didn't believe me. To be fair, who would? Obviously, I didn't sleep anymore that night. The next day, I hung out with my friends and completely forgot about the figure until I was ready for bed again that night. The moment I was back in my dark room, all the fear returned. I watched some TV to try to push it out of my mind, but while laying there, I noticed the closet door was open again. I tried to blow it off. That's when the visitor returned. It floated over me just like the night before. This time, I pulled out a very noisy toy machine gun and opened fire. The entity paused in the middle of the room, and looking directly at me, I presume, it proceeded to back up and fade away. I still don't know what it was, but I never saw it again, and that's good enough for me. This one's always been a fun one to tell. My husband does not believe in the paranormal and thinks it's a bunch of nonsense. At this point, we were still early on in our relationship and had been living together for a couple of years. He bought an old house, built in 1929, in a suburb close to the big city we grew up next to. I would often see the shadows move out of the corner of my eyes and started having a sense that our energy was not the only energy there. Nothing too concerning. We had a 120-pound American black lab, so it could easily be her moving through the house. Or we could explain it away that maybe the neighbors backed in and the lights just hit the windows just right. One day, I tell my guy that I saw a small black shadow walk into the laundry room. I was not taken seriously. Has to be some reasonable explanation. I mentioned it because it wasn't an out-of-the-corner-of-the-eye experience this time. The laundry room is in the finished basement. The only windows are glass block windows with a vent, and they're etched foggy. They're 4 by 3 blocks, I think, whatever the standard basement window size is. This part of the basement, the windows face into our backyard. There's no lights coming in from traffic. The houses were built in an apple orchard, so the backyards were long, about half an acre, and an acre between our house and the house that ours backed up to. We had an 8-foot wooded fence along the property line, no outside light source. A few weeks later, we're getting ready to go to the store together. I was finishing some laundry, and he's in the basement finishing up something on the computer that was down there. He asks me to put the dog in her crate while he finishes up. He will be just a minute longer. The crate is in the basement, but behind, to the right of where my guy is sitting. The laundry room door is open. All the lights are off now except for the hall light on the top of the stairs and the PC. I'm now standing at the end of the stairs facing my guy, and he's looking at the computer. Black Shadow Dog walks into the laundry room. My guy. I thought you put her into her crate. Jokingly. Nah, I thought you were going to. He calls the dog. I'm looking at our dog in her crate. Now, he's losing his patience, since there are things in the laundry room he doesn't want her to eat or get into. Can you please get the dog? What dog? Fine, I'll do it. At this point, I ask him to turn around and look in the crate. Looks at the crate, looks back at the computer. You saw it, didn't you? You saw the black shadow go into the laundry room too. It's the only time he ever admitted that he saw something in that house. Now, I don't know much about shadow beings, never really looked into it. We were in this house for 8 years and we had our kids here. Never anything malicious or scary. This happened well over 20 years ago, but I remember most of the details as the imagery was seared into my brain. Call it a core memory, if you will. I was around 6 or 7 years old and living in a very quiet suburban area. My parents often entertained guests and drank beers in the kitchen all night with their friends, and they'd often be parents of 2 or 3 of my best friends growing up. We were allowed way too much freedom as kids and were often left alone for hours. Normally, we'd be in the backyard playing since it was lit at night and enclosed with a tall fence, but it had rained hard that day, possibly still raining at the time, and we weren't allowed out. So, we tried to play hide and seek in my bedroom. We weren't very inventive. To make the game harder, the seeker couldn't turn on the bedroom light and had to rely on the hall light and the very dim street light that comes through one of the windows. As a hider, I immediately threw myself into half a dozen pillows on my bed and hoped they would conceal me better than my other hiding friend. No idea where he ended up. Soon enough, I heard the door open and could just barely see the hallway light coming in from between the pillows. Way too many seconds pass without a sound, no rustling or signs of seeking, and I peek out from my hiding spot to find myself completely alone in the room. Strange. I didn't have long to rack my tiny child mind, because almost immediately my window caught my attention. There was a shadow slowly crossing in between the streetlight and my blinds in the shape of a head, in a very distinctive, long, triangular shape, being held up as if to strike. I get absolutely freaked out, scramble out of my bed, and run into the kitchen, where I see my two friends looking equally scared and confused. But I noticed that the adults were laughing their heads off, so I began to relax. It was clearly just a prank. Got me good. Wait, who had the knife? I asked as I realized that someone could have gotten hurt since they were pretty darn buzzed at that point. The laughing stopped immediately. Every single person stared in my direction. I don't remember the conversation particularly well because my panic came back tenfold at this point. But apparently, my other hiding friend saw a shadow in the window before he was able to hide, and he sprinted out of the room, leaving me. Thanks, bud. He told the adults that he saw something in the window, but they didn't take him seriously. Just a kid's imagination. But as soon as I seemed to have corroborated the story, adding a knife into the mix, I was asked more questions, while the husbands ran outside to see if anyone was in the yard. Nothing was found outside. The area in front of my window was mostly asphalt driveway, so there was no evidence of someone recently standing there. The small garden directly under my window did have footprints in it, but the tipsy adults couldn't definitively say that they weren't my parents' footprints. And there were no muddy steps outside of the garden. The incident was, again, chalked up to a couple of silly kids hyped on sugar or something. But my best friend and I both remember what we saw this day. So this morning, I was laying in bed in the process of accepting the day and getting ready, and I heard my bedroom door creak. I looked over, and I saw a very small, dimly lit face come through the door and come up to my side of the bed. I thought it was my son, who's 5, so I rolled over and was about to ask him what he wanted. The whole body was a shadow. The mouth, the nose, the eyes, they were the only parts that were illuminated. He held up a baby doll in one of those magic baby bottles right in front of his face and just stared at me. At this point, I knew it wasn't my son. And so I did what any grown woman would do. I put the covers over my head and rolled over to the other side of the bed. At that point, I felt the bed sink down, like the boy demon thing got into bed. So then I thought, okay, maybe it was my kid. And I looked over, and there was nothing. So at this point, I know I have to do a proper investigation and see if my kid was in his room. Sure enough, he's still in his room, tucked away, sound asleep. I also feel it's important to add that my son's door is messed up. He can't fully close it as it has to be finessed shut because the hinges are bent. So if he'd opened the door, I would have heard a noticeable noise, and if he closed it, it would have slammed. This also isn't the first time I've seen a shadow child try to get in my bed. I have about 3 other, slightly less interesting stories involving this possible spirit. So, the solar eclipse from 2017 sort of turned into a mini holiday for the US and my state. It happened about midday, and at work we were encouraged to step outside when it started. I saw it with everyone, and then I went back inside. I was about to resume my work, but for some reason, I went back outside instead. There were still a few people standing around, and when I looked up again, I sensed a powerful entity traveling with the eclipse. It wasn't visual, it was just a strong impression. I sensed it was the spirit of revenge, traveling with the eclipse and taking notes of the abuses people have inflicted. It was looking down at the population in large swaths, and it sensed me looking at it too. It didn't seem like it had much time to stop and think about someone like me. It was a short experience, but it left a strong impression. The day-to-day lives of humans are barely a blip on an angel's radar. I'm also irritated that I'm not spiritual. I feel like a spiritual person should have been the one to see it. I mentioned it to 2 people on Facebook and my mom. Plus, I mentioned it on Twitter months ago, but on some level, I was waiting for someone important to say something. In 2012, I was sitting in the living room with my sibling when we heard someone walking upstairs. We turned off the television, went to the bottom of the stairs, and listened as the footsteps laced back and forth. Frightened, I reached for the landline to dial 911, and I yelled out my intentions to the supposed intruder. After one ring, I panicked and hung up. The footsteps had grown louder, like someone was actually coming down the stairs. But no one was there. We were frozen, looking directly at the staircase. There was just nobody on it. Yet somehow, the footsteps continued until finally passing right by us and into the next room. We were too scared to move. All we could do was wait. Suddenly, the sound stopped, and we heard a loud scratching sound directly beneath our feet. It sounded like something was tearing apart the basement ceiling. Just then, the phone rang with a private number. The police department wanted to know why I called 911, so I lied, said that it was the baby. They still wanted to send a cop as precaution, but no one ever showed up. Our parents returned shortly after, but we didn't tell them what happened until a couple of years later. We've never been able to figure out exactly what we experienced. Many years ago, I lived in an old house where there were several spooky encounters, and this was one of them. I once woke up in the middle of the night to see movement on my right. When I turned my head, I saw the dark silhouette of an arm sticking straight out of the bed. The hand was bent at the wrist, dangling its fingers fanned out and limp, and it was slowly waving back and forth. I assumed it was only my wife. I thought she was dreaming. I watched, somewhat disturbed by the strange behavior and motion. Finally, I reached out to gently grab her arm and wake her up. But to my surprise, I grabbed nothing but air. The silhouette faded away, leaving me confused and frightened. I called out my wife's name. She gave me a groggy reply. I felt around the top of the covers and found both of her arms were completely underneath. It took quite a while to fall back asleep. On another occasion, my wife woke up to see what she thought to be my silhouette sitting next to her. She asked what I was doing, which woke me up. But I was too groggy to respond at first. When she finally heard my voice coming from the pillow instead of the figure next to her, she was similarly frightened. Quite a few things happened in that house. My younger brother and I have lived near the desert our whole lives. We're extremely experienced campers. I'm 20 and I've never believed in anything paranormal until last night. But my brother, he's always been able to see and sense jinns. They're basically demons. We always go to the same place when we want to camp with minimum effort, and the beginning of our day was completely normal. But the closer we got to our destination, the more I noticed my brother's mood shifting. When I asked him what was wrong, he shrugged me off, just said to keep driving. I felt fine when we got there, but my brother was unusually quiet. It was the afternoon, and we planned to leave at midnight. The heat was intense, so we set up under a few trees near some water. In the Middle East, it's said that that's where jinns live, but I didn't believe that. As we set up our tent, it fought us. We would secure one end and another end would pop up. When finished, it looked as if something was pushing on it, which is something neither of us have ever experienced, not even during a sandstorm. When my brother feels a presence, he gets extremely unlucky. After almost dropping a box of coals on his foot, he spilled a Coke on his phone, smashed his elbow, and cut his finger. He was digging in his bag when he found an unsheathed knife, but he said it felt like someone actually pushed his finger into it. This was all in a matter of hours, and it made us feel uneasy. Suddenly, a random couple appeared out of nowhere, saying they were stuck in the sand and needed help. We were driving a Land Cruiser. They said that they had a Nissan Altima, so we didn't expect to encounter many issues, but we were wrong. We dug them out easily, but they somehow got stuck again as we pushed them, even though there was plenty of space available to grip. Later, my brother said that's when he really started to feel an evil presence, but he didn't want to freak me out. We ended up towing the couple out of the sand, but it was much harder than it should have been. Our strap pulled off their bumper, and we almost got stuck ourselves. When we returned to camp, everything became unusually quiet. The only sound was that of our rapidly dying fire. As we sat down to eat, my brother suddenly grabbed my hand, and he said we needed to go as quickly as possible. The fear in his voice and on his face were obvious. He didn't feel safe. So we prayed to ease our minds, but it only angered whatever was there. We quickly finished eating, but I was only humoring my brother until I suddenly had a nagging feeling that we should leave. It hit me like a wave, and I said so. We started packing. That's when we heard something on the opposite side of the small pond. I can only describe it as the sound of death. It lasted for several minutes. I felt like I was having a heart attack. After remaining frozen for a few minutes, we drove closer so we could look around with the headlights. But things got really crazy once the screaming stopped. At first, we heard twigs snapping and footsteps all around us. Then we saw shadows behind the trees. I tried everything to get those shadows to change shape. I walked around the trees, moved the lights, but nothing happened. It looked and felt like people were staring at us. We felt like we weren't alone, and that the entities weren't friendly. We also noticed 3 cats huddled behind our car, away from the trees, but thankfully they left as we started reversing. They looked terrified, and they were staring at the trees. It felt like whatever was there was getting closer, but luckily, we were able to pack up quickly. All was silent as we did so. I was most terrified while driving back to the main dirt path. I could tell the steering was off, like it was fighting against me. But that stopped the second we were on the highway. The sound of snapping twigs still surrounded us, and it was loud enough to be heard over the car. The path was covered in birds. They just stood there, staring until we got close. Then they walked away. My brother said to keep looking straight ahead. Under no circumstances was I to look through his window. We were in a part of the desert where we had to drive through the whole of inaccessible areas to get onto the highway. There were no other people around. The only thing we saw was an abandoned Toyota Helix positioned behind a small sand dune, hidden by the trees, but it was far enough from our campsite to be ruled out as the source of anything we'd heard. As we were nearing the exit, we saw a deer standing in the middle of the path, staring directly at us. In 16 years where we're from, I've only seen one deer, and that was someone's pet. I was in shock. The deer wouldn't move until we were close enough to smell it. Then, it slowly walked away while looking right at us. We quickly drove past it. My brother gasped before sternly saying to keep my eyes on the road. As we got on the highway, I asked what he kept seeing, and he reluctantly described large figures around us anytime we went around a bend. They were either pointing at us or ahead of us. I'm glad he didn't tell me until later. We still hadn't encountered anyone, but we heard sounds all around us. I was thrilled to finally see the exit, but that quickly faded when we saw another deer standing in the middle of the road. This one slowly walking away, but still looking at us. Only this time, it looked more like a kangaroo mixed with a deer. It had milky eyes, looked rotten, but I didn't care. I just stepped on the gas and was glad it got out of the way in time. At the exit, I was about to turn right when my brother said to turn left instead, towards a small town. He saw another line of figures pointing ahead of us and didn't think that we would make it home in one piece if we followed their directions. The further we drove, the less we felt like we were being watched. I was distraught. My brother said that that's because we were alone. The jinn wanted to cause us harm. They get you in rural places, so you're forced to stop. And then they can do whatever they want. That's why there were so many animals on our path. He also said that they cause bad luck. He'd felt them from the second we entered the desert. Before this, I always just dismissed his feelings as him being afraid. I can excuse the sounds, shadows, and the feelings of being watched, but I can't excuse the 2 deer or the car randomly fighting against me. It's safe to say we're not camping there anymore, and I'll never again dismiss my brother when it comes to his sense of these things. I'm just so thankful we made it home safely. There are numerous sufferers of sleep paralysis across the globe. It's said to affect all kinds of people, all kinds of members of society. It may not affect everyone, but I want to share my experience. There are some theories out there that say that you're more likely to get sleep paralysis when you're overly tired, but for me, sleep paralysis tends to strike when I fall asleep on my back. I don't mean every night or anything like that. It's just the only thing I remember that was different that night. By the end of my recital of my experience, you'll likely understand why I always sleep on my side nowadays. No matter how much I want to roll over onto my back, those few moments of discomfort before sleep, they're not worth risking sleep paralysis or a repeat of what happened this night. So on the night in question, I woke up on my back in the middle of the night. I felt a strange numbness in my fingers and my toes. They felt odd, so I wanted to flex them. Stretch a little to relieve that weird feeling. However, when I tried, I found that I couldn't move them. They felt stiff. It's hard to explain, like they were made of stone or something. This, of course, is a terrifying realization in the middle of the night. I felt beads of sweat gathering on my brow. I'd never experienced anything like it before. I remember trying to move my fingers. I was putting all of my strength into moving them. I got to the point where I felt as if my eyes were bulging out of their sockets with the mental effort I was trying to exert. Clearly, it didn't work. Next, I tried a different tactic. I tried to calm down a little. What else could I do? I didn't have much else to focus on, so for some reason I decided to count the wrinkles or lines on my ceiling. I just wanted a sense of normalcy. By the way, If you ever try what I did, look at the lines in the ceiling, you'll see how wide the room is. That was just something I noticed. I got tired of the ceiling, and being as the only thing I could control was my eyes. I looked around the room, but then suddenly my eyes fell on something at the foot of my bed. There were 4 yellow eyes peering at me. It was horrifying. Imagine these cold, yellow lights at the end of your bed. You see them just over the arches of your paralyzed feet, and also, you cannot move. There's no fear like that. My mind was a blur. I felt as if everything in my body had been put on pause. My head was filled with these images that I hadn't seen before, images I cannot explain or understand. I knew then that somehow those eyes were not human. In my room, there was nothing but darkness and those horrid, glowing yellow eyes. The 2 sets of eyes then suddenly split up. One pair of eyes went to the left side of my bed, the other to the right. The speed the eyes moved at was unnaturally fast. My heart was thundering in my chest. I just wanted to sink into my mattress and disappear. I wanted to close my eyes, but I couldn't. I could feel them drying out, but that was the least of my worries. The glowing, dark yellow eyes approached the side of my pillow. They were studying me. I felt their cold glow all up and down my body. What are you? I wondered. My heart rate was causing my vision to blur. I could hear how labored my breathing had become. I could feel a tightening in my throat. The yellow eyes then focused on my own eyes, from left to right. I felt my face get hotter and hotter, and then, I guess the fragile grasp I had of my own consciousness was severed. The last memory I have of that night was seeing nothing but those yellow eyes gradually fade out to black. There isn't really much more I can tell you about that night, to be honest. I'm not sure if I want to know any more details. I guess it doesn't sound that scary when you write it. Maybe I cannot put into words how I felt at the time because, for me, whenever I think back on that night, an ice-cold shiver races up my spine when I'm reminded of the eyes. I'm a 25-year-old female, and I've always been fairly in tune with the supernatural. My first memorable experience happened when I was with my cousin Kay. We were only 7. Kay and I went to an older cousin's birthday party. Her name is Kat. She was turning 12. It was a gorgeous June day, the perfect time to enjoy a nice summer breeze. Kat's party was at Duncan Park in Natchez, Mississippi. While this park had its usual picnic tables and playground equipment, it was surrounded by weeping willows, which aren't that uncommon to find in this part of Mississippi. However, unlike other parks, this one was sitting right next to an old plantation house, an abandoned YMCA that closed down in the 70s, and the front of an old locomotive that the city was forced to fence off, because people like my aunt had defaced it in their youth. My cousin Kay and I ran around the park while waiting for the rest of our family to show up and enjoy the festivities. That's when we saw them. 2 women dressed in pastel, lacy dresses with bell skirts and bonnets, the style resembling that of the Civil War era. However, in our 7 or 8-year-old brains, they were dressed like Barbie princesses. So we followed. We still had that childlike naiveness when it came to stranger danger. They walked up the steps to the front porch of the Greek Revival-style home, where we saw a few men in tailcoats, adorned with top hats and what looked to be afternoon tea set up on a table. My cousin and I watched at a distance, at first completely entranced by the scene in front of us. It was like something out of a fairy tale. We got a bit closer. I remember we were going to ask them something. What were we going to ask them? I don't remember. I do remember that as soon as the word "hey" came out of our mouths, the ladies in dresses the gentlemen in suits, stopped what they were doing and floated through the walls of the house, disappearing completely. My cousin and I stood there, looked at each other for a few minutes in disbelief at what we'd just witnessed. Kay and I came to a silent understanding that no one would believe us, since we were just children. We would have been written off as having overactive imaginations. We went back to Kat's party like everything was normal. Didn't utter a word of what had just happened to anyone. Fast forward to when we were teens. We finally told my mom what we'd experienced all those years ago. My mom told us that the Auburn plantation had reenactments in the spring. So what we must have seen was former residents enjoying the summer breeze like they were still amongst the living. These are some of the experiences I had while working in a haunted house-type place one October in my hometown. First thing I want to make clear, this building was super old. From what I can tell and find on the internet, it was built in 1916 and was originally a hotel. It had gone through several different owners throughout the years and was at one point a hospital, at another point an apartment building. It stood abandoned for a long time, but every few years, someone would try to raise money to do something with the building. Eventually, the local high school drama teacher bought it, turned it into a haunted house experience. I was brought in one year as a substitute actor, but ended up with an actual position because the girl who was working in my room refused to work in there alone. For a while, she tried to stop people from telling me why. But eventually I learned that she was standing in the shower in the room, hiding alone. Something or someone scratched her back pretty bad. She still worked there, but she refused to be alone. The first thing that I noticed about the room was it had a very bad vibe. I hated being there alone every night because the room just felt off. The second thing I noticed about the room was the rocking horse in the corner of the room. It was strung up so that it would be hanging in the corner of the room, and it would just rock all the time. It wasn't like I was pushing it all the time or like there was a particularly strong breeze. It just rocked a lot. The next thing I noticed was that there was a super loud sound of running water behind me all the time. The pipes in the building didn't work at all, so water shouldn't have been going through them. It also wasn't raining or anything. I never figured out what that sound was. The other thing that happened a lot in that building was our technology stopped working a lot. Our lights and sounds that we were using would randomly stop all of the time, but it wasn't like it was a total power outage or anything. It was just our strobe lights and our speakers. There were also a couple of nights where I would take my phone out of the box that all the actors put their phones in, and my phone would go all wacky. It's been years at this point, so I don't remember all the details, but when I turned my phone on, it was some sort of black-blue screen with colored or white text that covered the entire screen. I was able to fix it, but it was weird that it only ever happened there. That's all I remember at the time. But if anyone has questions, I'm willing to answer them. This happened to me several years ago, back when I was a teenager. I've never really told many people about it, but the memory has always stuck with me. Some background. I've always believed in paranormal. I've experienced other things, but nothing quite to this extent. I grew up in Arkansas, and as a family in a smaller city, we spent a lot of time outdoors, fishing, hunting, camping, etc. I was about 16 when my dad and I decided to go hunting on some land owned by a longtime family friend. I grew up hunting out there and was familiar with the majority of the property. My dad had been out prior and scoped a few good spots to sit and wait. He took me to a dry creek that I wasn't entirely familiar with. It had a raised island in the middle of it. It was like 4 or so feet higher than the creek bed. There was a fallen tree on top of it. He had me sit on the stump. He left me there and went to whatever location he'd picked for himself. I waited there for a while, not really hearing or seeing anything. I eventually laid my gun down on the ground at my feet, stood up to stretch a little. I remember suddenly feeling a little odd. While I was stretching, I started hearing thuds. It sounded like a horse running, or a deer maybe, but it sounded heavier. I could hear whatever it was, but couldn't see anything. I was in the middle of the woods, and I heard no leaves being rustled around or anything. Only the thuds. Before I could react, I felt a hard shove on the center of my chest, and I fell backwards off of the little hill that I was on. It pushed the breath out of me and scared me to death. After the hit, there was no more noise. Nothing running away, just silence. The entire experience freaked me out. And of course, when I yelled and finally found my dad, he didn't believe me. Has anyone else experienced anything similar to this? I've seen and heard things before, but I've never been touched or hit. What could this be? As a child, I always enjoyed the spirit world. I used to watch shows, read, and enjoy videos about them. I've always known children and animals have been sensitive to it. I have a 2-year-old, and her dad's house is haunted by 3 spirits. His mother has told me stories upon stories. I stay there all the time, and I've never experienced anything besides seeing things at the corner of my eyes or feeling like I'm being watched, but never malicious. I've always felt a male presence, and as I've been told, his dad's uncle had passed away there of a heart attack, and I normally see shadows in the basement, as his room and his sister's room is down there. And for context, my 2-year-old daughter knows what a ghost is, as she watches Halloween cartoons. But me, my boyfriend, and her were in the room playing around. He was talking to me, and I was laying on the bed. She was on the floor playing. Suddenly, she looks towards the door as the door is shut. She starts crying like she's scared, and we have to stop talking, ask her what's the matter. She says, "Ghosts." Her dad picks her up, and he faces her towards the door, and immediately she's screaming and grabbing him, burying her face into his chest. Immediately I grab her and I say, "Where is it?" She points, and I assure her that it won't hurt her, that it's okay. I told her to leave, please, and she did as soon as I said she was okay. I can assure you, I was more scared than she was, as I've never had it happen to myself. I guess I like to experience ghosts from others' stories, not my own. I need you to hear me out because, I promise you, what I experienced in that old library in Massachusetts, it was not a figment of my imagination. I'd heard whispers about paranormal activity from within the walls, but chose to brush them off. I kind of regret that choice now. One evening, with the library held hostage by a roaring thunderstorm, I found myself alone in the furthest corner, poring over books in a language I couldn't decipher. Suddenly, a chill crept up my spine as the hairs on the back of my neck stiffened. Out of nowhere, I sensed a presence behind me. Still disbelieving, I turned, expecting to find a colleague playing a prank. But as I turned, I was met with an ethereal figure, floating inches above the ground. It was a woman, dressed in old-fashioned attire, her eyes hollow, her facial features distorted in silent agony. I bolted from the room, unable to catch my breath as I clawed my way down the hallway. I heard the woman's anguished wail following me. Now I know you might respond with skepticism, but I've shared this story because I understand the dangers of dismissing such experiences. Believe me, that haunted Massachusetts library has a dark history not to be ignored. I was a single mom of 3. I bought an old house that was big enough but cheap enough for all of us to have our own rooms. Mine was the only bedroom downstairs. I'd gotten the kids all in bed, finally, one night and came downstairs to go to bed. A nightly ritual for me was to take all of my silver rings off, put them on my nightstand. I wore about 6 rings, all sentimental. So I take off my rings, put them down by my lamp, turn to the bed to remove all the pillows and bedspread and grab my pajamas. I turned back to the nightstand, and all 6 of my silver rings were sitting up on their edge. Not laying down, all lined up in a perfect row. I thought, how in the world did I do that? So I picked them up and just tried to randomly make it happen again. Nope. And again. And nope. It was impossible to casually make them stand up, lined up. I then purposely sat them on their edge, which was a very big balance challenge. They kept falling over, knocking over the others. How and who could have done it? My mom is a realtor and has shown a variety of different houses in her time working that job. About 4 years back, she came home from one, pale and jittery. I joke that she's looked like she's seen a ghost. She just slowly nods. Apparently, she'd been taking pictures of the house in order to put them online and had been standing in the doorway, checking through the digital camera. She's taking a while, and apparently halfway through, when somebody had impatiently cleared his throat behind her. Now, she was the only one in the house, and so practically jumped through the door to get out as soon as she heard it. Standing on the front porch, she'd realized that she'd left the keys behind her, so she had to brave going back in order to retrieve them. She ran in, grabbed the keys, and ran back out, back to the car, and back home. That's where I came in, made the joke, and the story enters an endless loop of retelling and retelling. Now the house. The house is old, apparently pre-Civil War, 1800s, so it's entirely possible that the house is haunted. She goes and calls the homeowner after we discussed whether to do it or not. She calls him, waffles for a bit, then asks him if his house is haunted. The man goes quiet for a long time. Finally, he asks her, "Which one did you see?" Apparently, there's 2 ghosts on the property. The ghost of a doctor, whom the wife of the homeowner saw bending over her one night to check her temperature when she was sick. The other is the ghost of the grandmother of the family who originally owned the house. She'd gone crazy for one reason or another and had been locked up in one of the upstairs rooms. There was a hole drilled through the door in order to look in and see her. People apparently have claimed to see her looking down from that room's window. Months pass as the house tries to sell, and finally, Mom has an open house on a Sunday, where over 100 people come by to look at the house. Near the end of the day, somebody approaches her about buying it. She promises to begin walking them through the process. That was Sunday afternoon. Monday morning, Mom's woken up by a call from another one of the realtors, telling her to turn on the TV. Sure enough, on the local news, the house is ablaze and quickly burns completely to the ground. Everybody's a little shaken, and several theories are put forward, from racist to homeless people. Me, I'm firmly convinced the ghosts didn't want to give up their house that easy, and so dealt with it the only way they could. From about 2018 to 2019, I lived in an apartment by the college I was attending. It wasn't an old apartment, wasn't made out of an old house. Nothing about it seemed like it'd be the least bit haunted. I didn't really even notice all that much to make me reach that conclusion. Sure, sometimes I'd smell the same food cooking about the same time, some mornings and nights, and sometimes I'd hear the sound of somebody taking a step in the living room. But I attributed both to the rooms on 3 sides of me. The steps could be someone above me, and the food could be anybody cooking. This to say, I never even contemplated that it was haunted until one day. This was during the 2019 spring semester. I was graduating at the end of the semester, and so the school year was ramping up and stressing me out. I became fond of taking naps during the day in order to cope with a broken sleep schedule. And oftentimes I'd just sleep during the day, laying face down on the bed in order to block out the light. One Monday, I'd taken a nap. Class had either been canceled or I'd decided to skip it that day. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. That was until I blinked blearily awake with a concrete sensation that a hand was stroking my bangs, starting from the roots and running their fingers through the tips. It felt nice, to be honest, all except the fact that I lived by myself in that apartment. As soon as I woke up enough to connect that something didn't feel right, I remember jumping up and yelling out in surprise, swearing in complete alarm. The sensation immediately went away, and I was left shaken, standing in the bedroom. I collect myself, go get supper, and try to figure out what had just happened. Upon doing some research, an old cabin used to be in that spot, and before that, during a battle fought in the Civil War, a tent had been placed somewhere near there for soldiers and nurses. I spent the next few months trying to figure out who it could have been and waiting to try to experience it again, but it never came again. I have no idea what it was, never experienced anything else ever again. I just wonder who it was, why they seemed so interested in my well-being. In a way, it was kind of nice, kind of sweet, and I have this weird desire to at least know who it was and what happened to them. Is that weird? It feels weird to me. I had an unexplainable experience occur about 5 years ago. I was a junior in high school. After the school day was over, my best bud at the time and I went over to his dad's house. With the house to ourselves, our plan was to hunker down in his room, play MCC Halo 2 on Legendary, see how truly hard the game is. It's hard. We're in the middle of the level outskirts, just before you reach Jackal Sniper Alley, and in the next room over, we heard a noise. The adjacent room was the parallel laundry room, which had a closed door to the garage. The garage door's handle squeaks. Our ears catch the noise. We pause the game just as the door creaks all the way open. We're staring out the bedroom door into the hallway. We can see the doorway of the laundry room, but not into the room itself. We were expecting to see who was coming in from the garage, assuming it was his dad. Instead, the garage door slams shut, so hard we could feel it connect with the wall. We are stunned. We started freaking out because no one else should be home right now, so I immediately assumed there's an intruder. We gather some random items to use as weapons and literally breach the garage like friggin' Rainbow Six Siege. We stacked up and opened the door as I yelled,
"Whoever the fuck is in here better come out right fucking now."
Silence. Stale silence and utter darkness. We flip the lights on and begin a search of the garage. I tell my buddy to check if the side door to the backyard is locked. It is. While he looks around outside, I make note that there's no windows in this garage. No feasible escape that wouldn't leave a trace for us to find. All there was my bud's dad's old rusty truck and a bunch of empty cabinets. Yes, I searched the cabinets. No one was in the garage except us. I've told multiple people this story, and over the years, not a single explanation I haven't already accounted for and disproved. The obvious question is wind? No. I've had wind open and close doors before, and you know when it's the wind. Besides, we would have heard the garage rattling if the wind was hard enough to open and slam the door. I would like to note that there is a possibility that someone actually did break in and manually open the garage door to slide out under it, but that's also unlikely. Not only would we have heard it move, but it would have made much more sense to just hit the garage hanger button. There's also the possibility that in the midst of panic, my bud mistook the side door for being locked when it actually wasn't. No matter which way you cut it, I have a freaky ghost home intruder story. So I once saw this really, really nice necklace on an online auction, and I just placed my bid and I actually won. The seller was a German man, and it took a while for my package to arrive. I was super proud of my new necklace. Started wearing it the exact moment I held it in my hands. After a month of wearing it, weird things started happening to me. 2 events occurred. The first was on a Sunday or Saturday morning. I remember being very relaxed and hearing the voice of a little girl talking to me, even though I couldn't understand what she said. I didn't see her, I just heard her. Everyone in my house was asleep, so it made me freak out. The second event occurred on a Wednesday night. It was around 10 p.m. I usually go to bed at or around 9:30. I take a lot to fall asleep. I was feeling relaxed and I was half asleep and half awake. I realized I was listening to a female voice humming a tune that I could recognize, even though my parents were downstairs, my brothers were sleeping. It scared me a lot at first, but I didn't really mind and just let myself fall asleep. I talked to my mother about what was happening. We had a long talk in private. I often see weird things, and weird things often happen to me. But this time I told someone about it. My mom was trying to understand for what reason this would happen to me. She thought it was maybe something in my room, and in the exact moment when she said that, I thought about my necklace. It was a necklace from the years 1920 and 1930. So yeah, I just poured some holy water on it. Just had a few events after that. But they were probably more my imagination running wild. I still have the necklace now, and I wear it every day. I feel like the memories of the girl who had this necklace before me are still inside the necklace, and I don't really mind. Actually, I'm happy that a part of her is still in there. I just really can't explain why. So, yep, one of the creepiest experiences of mine. I live with my grandma. My bedroom is in the basement. She can't walk up and down the stairs anymore, so she never comes down there. Last night, I had the most vivid dream I've had in my life. Everything in my dream was exactly the same as it was in real life at the time. My grandma upstairs, my boyfriend and I asleep in my bed downstairs. The dream went like this. In the middle of the night, every car alarm on our street was going off. Minutes later, things around my bedroom were being thrown around the room, knocked off of shelves, and there was a loud bang all around the house. I ran upstairs and the 2 chandeliers in the living room were swinging around. I went back downstairs and a noose had appeared on my bedroom ceiling. When I woke up, I ran upstairs to tell my grandma about my dream. Before I had the chance to say anything, she said, "I felt like Mike was here with me last night." Mike is my father, who passed away a few years ago. I left for work and my boyfriend still sleeping in my bed. When he woke up, he called me and said that he felt very sick, but as soon as he left the house, he felt better. Literally, as soon as he walked out the front door. When I got home from work, I went downstairs and sat down on my bed. I noticed a necklace that I've never seen before in my life. It was just lying on my bed next to me. I went upstairs to ask my grandma about it. She said that she'd never seen it before either. It was a gold chain with a dainty cross pendant. After talking to my grandma, I headed downstairs. The necklace was laying in the middle of the kitchen floor. I ran back to my grandma's bedroom. When I came back, it had moved from the kitchen to the living room. Maybe it seems like all of this could easily be explained, but it feels too coincidental. And I don't understand where this necklace came from, or how it's moving around with neither of us touching it. A little while ago, I posted about hearing a girl or a young woman utter the words "uh-oh" one night in my apartment where I live alone. Since then, I've started compiling a list of weird things that have happened in the apartment. I thought I might go over what's happened in my apartment since I moved in and see what other people think. It really started back in 2021. I'd moved into the apartment in late 2019, and for a year and a half I'd lived there. I hadn't noticed anything very strange, or at least anything strange enough that stuck in my mind. This would change very shortly. While I was hanging out with some friends in a Discord voice chat one afternoon, I happened to glance down the length of my hallway, the doorway of which is to the left of where I sit. Just by turning my head, I can look down the hallway into the dining room, and from the dining room, I can see my desk. Well, when I looked to my left that particular afternoon, I saw what looked like the shadow of a woman's arm in the doorway of the dining room, as if the woman it was connected to was standing just on the inside of the dining room, out of sight. Now, it might have just been the shadows, but I know I saw it clearly enough that it caught my attention, and it was still there after I looked away once or twice. It was clear enough that I was about to tell the Discord chat about it, but it finally disappeared, and I convinced myself I hadn't seen anything. A few months later, sometime around November 2021, February 2022, I was woken up one night to what I can only describe as a choir singing. It sounded like All the World, and as if people were singing it in my room. Now, there is a church next door, but I've never heard them practice before, and this was like 3 a.m. I lay there, fully awake and confused, until the noise finally stopped, and I once again convinced myself that I'd imagined it, that it was only a very late-night practice for the church next door. Now, this one, over a year later, earlier this year, I was sitting on the couch in the living room, playing some solitaire on my phone, preparing to go to bed. As I'm sitting there, fully awake and aware of all the noises around me, mainly the train that had just rumbled its way through town, I hear in the silence that followed a young woman or child's voice, clear as day, saying "uh-oh" from the direction of the dining room. Now I've heard other people's TVs from the apartment. They're all muffled and quiet. This wasn't. This was clear and loud. A couple of weeks after that, I'm in the dining room, bent over, grabbing a couple of water bottles from the cask in the corner of the room. I catch movement out of the corner of my eye. I watch from between my legs as something, a lady's skirt maybe, moves from one corner of the room to the other. Again. This isn't me seeing something I thought I saw and then wasn't there when I went to look. I watched as whatever this was moved across the floor for several seconds. Why I never thought to stand up and turn around, I'll never know. Finally, just last night, I was listening to someone on YouTube talk about film in the 1980s, when suddenly, along with the audio from the video, I heard something that sounded like a woman's wordless, barely audible, whispering right by my left ear. I stopped. I frowned, rewound the video to where I'd just heard it, and it simply wasn't there. Wasn't in the video. Had never been in the video. I'm becoming more and more convinced that my apartment is haunted, but I'm still not 100% certain that it is. I guess I'd have to concretely engage with something before I believed it. What do you good people think? My dad has vascular dementia, lives in an assisted living facility. I come over a couple times a week to drive him to doctor appointments, fill up his medication. So we have a key to his room. Last week, he said that management found my key in one of the bathrooms. I looked in my purse and sure enough, that set of keys were missing. I asked him to hang on to them and I'd get them on my next visit. I went a couple days later, and when I looked down at my purse, my key ring was there. They weren't missing after all. It was weird, but I shrugged it off. When Dad answered the door, he had my keys and handed them to me. That set has one key for his door, one for his mailbox, and a library key fob. I showed him that those weren't mine, suggested that they might belong to one of his nurses. I had passed a couple of them on the way earlier, so I jogged down the hall and asked if the keys belonged to them. Not only was it theirs, but there's only one mailbox key per room. If I had mine, then the other one shouldn't be missing. One of the nurses, Rachel, turned to the other nurse and whispered, "The only thing I can think of is Bob." Both of their faces went pale, and Rachel thought to call the library to say we found a key fob that we wanted to return. The librarian said they couldn't give out personal information, that they'd have to contact the owners themselves. So, Rachel blurted out that if it belonged to who she thought it did, he wouldn't mind because he's dead, and she asked if the owner's name was Bob. The librarian confirmed his full name, and after taking a few moments to herself, Rachel explained that Bob was the last resident to live in my dad's room, and that he had died in there. His room had been empty for 3 years, because any time a new resident moved in, they would complain about the room being haunted and demand to be moved. My dad is the first person who hasn't noticed. He's been in there for 6 months. Now, it seems that Bob has finally returned his keys. I'm a 32-year-old male who's been deeply interested and affected by the paranormal. I've always gotten weird vibes in certain places, and I've always seen shadow people from the corner of my eye. As a child, I used to feel like someone or something watched while I slept. I'd beg my parents to let me sleep in their room, but they always said no, and I'd have to return to my room, terrified. Every night I dreamed of being chased by a monster, until I just stopped running, let myself get killed. Then I suddenly jerked awake. The only time I ever slept peacefully was when we got a gray kitten. I feel like he protected me. The bad dreams went away entirely during the year we had him. I turned 30 in 2021, and I was the opening manager at a Neapolitan pizza shop next to a GameStop. Every day I arrived at 7 a.m., started the dough, and got the wood fire oven hot, and I always heard weird things. Pots and pans would clang together, spatulas fell to the ground, doors would open, lights turning on and off, and when I approached the switch, it stopped. No one else arrived until 10, so I was always creeped out. I usually blasted my music in an attempt to dull the fear. One day I arrived at the usual time, noticed a deposit bag lying in the middle of the kitchen. It was too far away from the door to have been tossed inside by a good Samaritan, so I assumed the closing manager had slipped up. I opened the bag and saw a deposit for $1,500 in cash with a GameStop receipt on it. It weirded me out, but I shrugged it off. Waited for the GameStop employees to arrive so I could return the bag. When the manager arrived, I walked next door and presented him with the bag. I'll never forget the way he looked at me. He was half confused and half suspicious, as if I'd stolen the bag or something. He wanted to know how I got the bag. I said I found it in the middle of the kitchen. He'd closed the night before, so he was even more confused than ever. He distinctly remembered putting the deposit in the safe and locking up the store. I assured him I wouldn't be returning the bag if I'd stolen it, and he asked if I ever heard sounds or saw weird things. I told him our store was haunted as hell. Apparently, he had experienced the same things rather frequently. And this is where it gets really weird. GameStop always has PlayStations and Xboxes inside some sort of plastic container, but because of COVID, the Sony technicians hadn't been to the store for a year and a half. The manager said that they didn't have keys to the container, so he couldn't open it to change games. There was a thick layer of dust on top of the PlayStation, with a toddler's handprint right in the middle. I was spooked. He thought it was a child's ghost haunting our stores, and he never believed in the paranormal before these experiences. He was a scientific type guy, but that all changed after working there for a few years. His whole worldview shifted after seeing that handprint. I was on an RV trip with my grandparents and cousin, heading from Las Vegas to Oregon. We wanted to visit some ghost towns along the way. I'm not sure where we stopped on this one night. It was just a parking lot in the middle of an old town. I was sleeping on the converted dinner table by the kitchen, woke up randomly. The curtains were drawn, and the microwave clock was the only source of light, besides an orb floating in the middle of the kitchen. It wasn't moving, but I was frozen in fear. I slowly ducked underneath the covers and went back to sleep. Later on, when I was 11 or 13, my dad had just finished building his house that we would hope to pass on from generation to generation. When I lived with my mom most of the year, I would live there during the summers and winter break. Most of the time, it was just him and I in a house that had great insulation, and we slept on opposite sides of the house. But regularly, I would hear scratching in the walls, especially when he was at work, and especially at night. I always felt like I was being watched, and when we got a dog, he would regularly bark at the walls, or bark at nothing while outside. My dad would say, "Oh, there's just bats in the walls," which in my opinion still doesn't make sense. This was a brand new house, and it used spray insulation. How would that work? Later on, though, one of his girlfriends and I got talking about how I always feel like I'm being watched in the house. And she said that she did too, for about 6 months. She felt threatened until I got to know her. But she humored me. We burned sage and blessed the house that week. Instantly felt better. Maybe it was placebo, but recently my mom has told me that my dad was involved in the occult, practiced voodoo in some manners. I don't know if what I was experiencing was just my imagination making up different things, or if it was a spirit that was in some Oregon woods and attached itself to my house when it was being built. Or if my dad performed a ritual to summon something to protect the house, and it thought that I wasn't supposed to be there. I'm not sure. Recently, though, I haven't experienced anything, other than the occasional paranoia that comes from watching lots of paranormal investigation stuff. I felt scared, like something was watching me extensively, and that was at military posts. Before then, nothing. And since then, nothing that would make me think of a spirit at all. Eventually, I'll be revisiting the parking lot in Virginia City. I'm pretty positive that's where it was when I first saw the orb. I want to try to contact it once I get some equipment. Maybe go to a few mines where people have passed away in Nevada. I've been going back and forth as to whether or not to post this, since to an outside viewer, the video isn't really all that interesting. If you don't know me, you'd assume it was faked, or I was simply misjudging where noises were coming from. But after a few weeks, I want to get my experience down in writing. Despite being a fairly mundane story compared to some of the posts here, it really upset me. This took place a few weeks ago. I'm going to go into detail to describe my house. Skip this paragraph if you want to get to the good stuff. In the video, I'm sitting on a couch, the camera facing the doorway that leads to a hallway. That hallway has 4 bedrooms. As you can tell by the boxes, people have been moving in and out. The bedroom closest to the living room had my roommate's stuff in it, a bed, a carpet, etc., and the door was held open with a bag of clothes so that the cat could get in and out. Her closet was also propped open with the laundry hamper so the cat could use the litter box. The second room was my old room. I was in the process of moving my stuff to the third room. Neither of these rooms have a closet. The second room, the door was open a crack. In the third room, the door was closed. These rooms also don't have closets. The fourth room, with my roommate's stuff in it, the door was wide open. His closet was shut. It's an old building, and the doors don't click perfectly shut. You need to kind of wedge them open and closed by putting your weight on them. Note that you can slam the doors without them closing. They bounce back open. All doors do this. I was sitting on the couch alone, watching TV. I was sure I was home alone since my roommate, Erin, asked me to watch her cat, and the guy in the back room, Mark, told me that he was going to stay with his girlfriend for a few days. But people come and go pretty often, so when I heard footsteps, I didn't really think twice. I've been living here for 2 years, and I can tell where noise is coming from. The footsteps sounded like they were coming from Erin's room. That's when I heard her slam her door very hard. I was worried something was wrong, so I got up to check. I saw that her door was wedged open, and the room was dark, meaning she wasn't home. I looked up in the hallway. I saw Mark's room was wide open and also dark. He wasn't home either. I immediately got a chill because I didn't know where the noise was coming from. I've been living here nearly 2 years. I know every sound this house makes. I know that it was one of the bedroom doors. I was only sitting 10 feet away. I couldn't see the doors, but there's no mistaking that one of them was slamming. We're also the top apartment. We can't hear any noises from the downstairs neighbors ever, and there's nothing on either side of us. I went and sat back down. About 5 minutes later, the door slammed again. I got up, thinking maybe a window was open and blowing the door shut. This was unlikely since the 2 years I've lived here. The doors have never done this, even with every window in the house open. But I was still trying to rationalize it. So I checked the windows, and every window was tight shut. At this point, I was freaking out a little, went to sit down. As soon as I sat down, again, the door slammed, twice in a row, quickly. At this point, I know people will be rolling their eyes because I didn't get up and look again, but I was too scared to move. I have PTSD, and door slamming is a huge trigger for me, so my heart was already racing. But when I realized that there was no one in the house, I went into panic mode. I started texting a friend who lived nearby, telling him what was happening. Over the course of texting him for about half an hour, the door kept slamming, sometimes every 30 seconds, Sometimes it would stop for 5 minutes. My friend was on his way, but he suggested I yell at it. I think he was just suggesting this because he thought it would give me confidence. So I yelled, "Please stop," as if, in response, the door slammed hard 3 times in a row. I literally was shaking at this point. I couldn't get up to even look if I wanted to. While waiting for my friend to come, it slowed down a bit. But this is when I finally realized I should take a video. In the short video, I got a quiet slam. In the long video, at the 34-second mark, I could clearly hear footsteps, which is why I said, "What the fuck was that?" At 42 seconds and 56 seconds, you can hear the door slam. When my friend got here, about 20 minutes later, it stopped. He thoroughly checked every single room and closet for an intruder. When he came back to the living room, he said that there was no one in the house. I finally calmed down enough to check myself. We spent about 15 minutes examining every door in the house. There was absolutely no reason for any of them to have been slamming like that. No windows were open. We were even testing out the hinges and shit, just trying to find a rational explanation. While I was in Erin's room trying to find her cat, the thing was terrified, wedged itself behind her dresser. I was also burning incense. I'm into witchcraft, so I was beginning to do a light cleansing to get the negative energy out. My friend, who is a pretty tough dude, like he's been to jail and shit, he screamed. I ran out and he looked at me, white as a sheet. I've never seen him scared before, and he was scared. I have a poster in the living room of a band called Witchcross. It's been up for 1.5 years at least. It's the blue poster that you can see on the right in the videos. There's 2 massive push pins in each corner. Apparently, while he was sitting there, both push pins flew out of the corners and dropped to the floor. There was no breeze, nothing to knock it down. The pins just flew out. Keep in mind, I had to hammer those pins in when I put that poster up 1.5 years ago. It survived multiple house parties without falling down. I put the poster back up in the exact same spot, put the pins in the same holes, and it stayed up just fine ever since. My friend stayed with me and the rest of the night. There were no more noises at all, even though we left the doors exactly how they were. A few days later, I messaged my old roommate. I didn't tell him what happened. I just asked if he'd ever experienced anything weird in this apartment. He said he didn't want to tell me because he didn't want to scare me, but part of the reason he moved out was because of the bad experiences he had here. This is not a superstitious guy at all. He also told me that 3 years ago, before we moved in, a girl killed herself in one of the front rooms. My roommate told me when he lived here, he had reoccurring dreams of a girl kicking in his door, jumping on him. Then, about 2 years ago, my old roommate's friend went on the roof, tried to kill himself in the little gap between the 2 front bedroom windows. So, there's definitely some bad energy here. I know this isn't proof to anyone who doesn't know me because in order to believe this video, you'd have to take me at my word. And I'm just a stranger on the internet. I'm sorry I wasn't able to get up and get a video of the door actually slamming, but I was genuinely terrified by that time. I wish I thought to get more video, but when something like this happens, your first thought isn't, how am I going to prove this to the world? It's, what do I need to do to keep myself safe? At first, I thought someone had snuck into my house, was going to hurt me. All I could think of is what to use as a weapon. I couldn't even leave out the back door to my left because my shoes were down the hall. Sorry if you were expecting a crazier story, but this is one of the most fucked up things I've ever experienced. I've always been a bit of a skeptical believer, and if someone else posted this, I probably wouldn't believe it. I've I've been practicing magic for over 10 years, and I'm confident what I would like to do in this situation. I'm posting to share my experience and to see if anyone notices anything about the video or audio that I didn't notice, or has any other insights on the actual experience. Thank you. I had the same nightmare every night for over 10 years. I was always running down an endless hallway, no visible doors, windows, or lights. And I knew there was something chasing me, so I just kept running. I never got tired either. A couple of months ago, the dream changed. The hallway walls fell down, and the path turned into a treadmill. So I was always running in place. Eventually, I fell down and finally saw what had been chasing me. The figure was at least 7 feet tall, pitch black, but it was also sort of shiny. Its body was very thin but round, its head shaped like a siren. It had 9 arms with 7-inch claws for fingers, and its limbs were much smaller than its torso. I crawled backwards to get away, but it reached out, trying to grab me. And I woke up the moment its claws touched my foot. Then I found a fairly deep cut on my foot, exactly where it touched me. I definitely didn't have a cut there when I went to sleep. I work night shifts at a hotel, and I ended up talking to a nice couple who wanted to explore the property. They hadn't wanted to return to their room yet, and we happened to be discussing the paranormal. It was 2:30 a.m., and I looked behind them to see the exact thing from my nightmare walking onto the hotel property. I accidentally yelled at the sight, which caused the guests to turn their heads right as it was fading away. But they still caught a glimpse. None of us could explain it, so we let the conversation end there. They returned to their room, and I furiously checked the cameras to see if they caught what we saw, but nothing showed up. This happened around 2013. I was around 8 years old at the time. I'd had a normal day at school, got into bed, but had that feeling that I wasn't alone. Moments later, I heard someone whisper my name loudly. It was a male's voice, standing in the back of my room. Scared, of course, I jumped off the bed and I slept in my parents' bed. The next few days, I'd hear footsteps, pacing, back and forth. My sister, unbeknownst to me at the time, was scared of something too, and immediately agreed when I suggested sleeping together. It was like this until she wanted to sleep in her room with me. I said sure, but I was still creeped out, of course. That night, I woke up in the middle of the night for the second time. The first time, she'd rammed her elbow into my face, but this time, I just saw that giant, dark figure in the middle of her room. It was see-through, but it didn't really have a shape. I bolted out of there. I only ever told her about it a few months ago. These hauntings stopped, but they started again back in 2019, and they continue, even now. I grew up in a haunted town. When I was younger, I went to an event and I saw a neon blue orb, but it was shaped more like the dog from A Nightmare Before Christmas. I was the only one who noticed it, but it didn't feel strange or out of place. Our house was in a cul-de-sac next to a forest, and when standing at the edge of the woods, you could always hear a creaking noise. It sounded like a screen door opening and closing. Then, as I got older, it sounded more like a swinging noose, I never worked up the courage to look for the source, but it still gives me the creeps when I think about it. Several years later, when I was 17, I was on my way to get my sister from work. She got off at midnight, and there was a cemetery on the road leading to her job. On the sidewalk, there was a barefoot woman with long brown hair, wearing a white gown. It gave me chills, the way she stared at me, so I hurried away. Several months later, at midnight on New Year's Eve, my friends described seeing the exact same woman. I saw a lot of scary things as a child, and the worst happened in my bedroom when I was 12. You can be skeptical, but I know what I saw. I woke up at 2, rolled over to face my door. Someone was crouched in the corner, next to the bookshelf, and I was suddenly wide awake. I could tell it was a woman, long, dark hair, so I called out, thinking it was my sister, but she didn't respond. I kept saying I could see her, and to grab what she needed so she could go back to bed. Finally, she began to stand up, very slowly. I still couldn't see her face, just the hair and a white dress. But that's when I saw she was way too tall to be my little sister. I called out to my mom next, but still didn't get a response. I began shaking, crying, screaming at the top of my lungs. I backed into the corner, and she slowly shuffled out of my room, sideways, without even taking her eyes off of me. I told my dad someone might be in the house. My whole family woke up in a panic. We did a thorough search and found nothing. But I still didn't sleep the rest of the night. I don't think anyone believes me, but I'll never forget this experience. It was truly horrifying. Thankfully, I haven't had any other experiences like this. Okay, so I just want to start this by saying that I'm no stranger to the paranormal. I've had tons of encounters throughout my life, 2 of them objectively being much scarier than this one, and yet this one won't leave my mind. This just happened in December while I was staying at my dad's house. It was about 4 a.m, and I was just about to go to sleep. I was in my bed, laying down, facing towards my TV. I had my eyes closed when out of nowhere, I heard my door creak open. I immediately opened my eyes and was looking at my TV, but was too scared to actually look at my door. But then, as I was staring at the TV, I saw a shadow figure standing beside me as if it were watching me sleep. I grabbed my phone and turned on my flashlight to see nothing there, but my door was in fact slightly open. I've seen shadow figures before, and even full-body apparitions, but something about this one doesn't feel right to me. Every time I stay at my dad's now, I'm terrified to be in a room alone, and I can't sleep without some sort of light. The energy of this spirit was so incredibly different compared to others. I can't even do anything about it because I don't live there. And my stepmom refuses to believe evil spirits could be in their house. Does anyone know what this spirit could have been? Or how to get over it so I can stop being so scared when I'm there? And I do strongly believe that I have some sort of spirit attached to me, but I've never been afraid of it, so what I saw definitely wasn't that. The majority of my paranormal experiences were in my childhood home, although a few notable ones happened after, outside the home, in the same area. For context, I've since moved out of my childhood home as I'm an adult now, but I believe my childhood home was haunted, mainly due to the environment, the circumstances, There's a creek running through the neighborhood, lots of telephone poles, so the energy currents are strong there. Some people believe that ghosts can manifest easier when in areas of high energy currents. So, a few anecdotes from my childhood home. When I was about 4 years old, I recall playing with my brother in the hallway of my home. It was a long hall that led to the bathrooms and bedrooms. We were playing something akin to tag, but with an element of hide and seek. So we ran up and down the hall a few times, and the last time I was running up to his room, which was the last door of the hallway. He laughed and closed the door behind him. I suddenly stopped and thought that I'd hit the door and bounced back. I looked up, and I saw a giant toad. I thought that was odd. It didn't register as anything malevolent. Maybe it protected me from the door impact. As odd as it is that most people don't seem to interact with nature spirits, this time I did. What's more is that much later in life, I asked my brother if he remembered the giant toad spirit that day. He said he did. He also didn't like talking about it, so I didn't clarify. But it's my first memorable paranormal experience. My paranormal experiences ramped up as a teenager. My father was an abusive alcoholic. As is standard in that situation, there was a lot of yelling, etc., and it led to a lot of negative energy. I noticed as a result that more negative entities would come through my house. There was never a resident ghost, only passerbys. A few of note include, 1, I'd come home from school to find an imp-like creature, very small, had attached itself to my ankle. I was honestly just annoyed at it, and I wanted it off of me. At some point, I shook it off, told it to go away. I don't think it came inside my house, but it sure liked hanging around. One day, I found that the ghost of a young man, probably late 20s or early 30s, had found his way into my room. It hung out in the corner of my room. I was creeped out by this, especially because I could tell it wanted something, but it had a hard time communicating. Day 2 or 3 of this, I decided to take a selfie on my laptop and purposely aimed it so the corner would be in view. I wanted to see if anything would come up. Of a few takes, one of them did capture something. I confirmed what I'd been sensing and faintly seeing. There was a face in the corner, smiling for the camera as well. My heart sank. I didn't know what to do. Believing that the picture would imprint its stay even longer, I deleted it. Day 4, I finally felt sorry for it. I asked it to go away politely. I couldn't help him, and I didn't want him in my room anymore. Surprisingly, it actually went away within a few seconds. I felt the air get lighter, and I didn't see or hear from that ghost again. I wonder if it needed a message to be passed along, or if it just needed guidance to move on. But I was a teenager. What could I do for it? When I was about 16 or 17, my family dog passed away. I'd had her since I was little, so she was definitely part of the family and was treated well throughout her life. She was an old girl, maybe 13, I think. She had terminal lung cancer. The day came where she could barely move anymore, and we called the vet to put her down at home so she could go peacefully. After the vet left, we had an at-home funeral for our dog, and we buried her with her favorite blanket and toys. My dad and my brother buried her, and me and my mom did something akin to a eulogy. It was when they were burying her that I sensed her spirit peeking around the corner of the house. I motioned her to come here, and she came quickly to my hand. I patted her quietly while no one else was watching. It was weird, I'm sure for her to see us sad and burying her body. Later, we were inside the house. I saw my dog Spirit sitting next to my mom, who was crying on the couch. Her paw was on the couch next to my mom, as if she was saying, "It's okay," to my mom. Later, I told my mom what I saw. She told me that she thought she'd felt our dog's presence, and me saying what I saw confirmed it for her. Afterwards, for a few years left in that house, I would occasionally hear my dog's paw steps, and I'd feel a dog's presence when there were no dogs living nearby. I did eventually get another dog, and occasionally she, another girl dog, would look at the doors weird, like someone was there. And also, she'd hear dog noises and want to find the other dog. I'm very certain that my childhood dog stuck around for a while after her passing. I have since moved out of the house, as I mentioned before, but I hope my dog moved on by now, too. This one is kinda weird. For a short while, I had sleep paralysis issues at about 15 years old. Now, I know the theories on what we see and experience in this state are hallucinations, since the body is confused on being awake versus asleep. So take this one as you will. I, however, believe that this particular instance was paranormal related. This time felt different than the other sleep paralysis episodes. Essentially, I was sleeping and I had a deep dream. It was one of those dreams within a dream type of thing. I don't remember how I got there, but I do remember towards the end of this dream, I'd come to a giant iron cell door, as if it was locking away a prisoner. I peeked inside through the sliding peephole, like you see in prison doors, and I saw a pale, white, skinny humanoid. Think similar to Gollum of Lord of the Rings, but more of a menacing feeling and totally bald. It saw me and jumped at the peephole, which scared me awake. I was awake briefly, and I swear I heard an entity whisper in my ear, feeling their breath and vibrations from their voice.
Go back to sleep.
I did, and it felt like I got pulled all the way back into a deep dream state, right back to the cell door. But whatever this thing was, it wanted out. It wanted me to help it. I sensed danger. I had this feeling that if it got out, it would possess my body. So I woke right back up. But of course, my body was still in sleep paralysis, being that it's hard to go to that deep sleep and to be functional. So, I was awake. It was about 6 a.m., and I'm paralyzed. I feel as if something is sitting on me and isn't letting me up, which I'm told is somewhat common and is rationalized by the body being in a depressed state. However, I feel this pressure. Whatever whispered to me, it's on me, and I feel like it's staring me down, just waiting for me to go back to sleep. I fight it, though. I stay awake, just looking around the room. I can't reach a light switch since my body still won't move, but I do notice the time, and I realize that the sun will come up soon. For some reason, my instincts tell me that with light, this thing will go away. And about 15 or 30 minutes later, the sun does rise. The sunlight comes through my window, and with that, the entity leaves, and I regain my bodily senses. Of all the sleep paralysis episodes, this one was different, in that I felt someone talk to me in my ear after I woke up. That's not normal. I felt a presence on me, staring at me, and I happened to regain control of my body. The pressure was lifted once the light had filled my room. Normally, I'd regain control of my body between 5 and 10 minutes after waking up, regardless if the sun came up or not. And while I felt my body depressed, it did not usually feel like someone was sitting on me. Therefore, I believe this one counts as a paranormal experience. Okay, one more. Once, my mother and I were in the house by ourselves. We'd recently sold the house and we were cleaning it up for the new owners. It was very empty and was starting to get dark outside. I started to get a panicky feeling, one of those get out now feelings. So I started urging my mother to finish up what she was doing and continue another time. I didn't want to freak her out, so I just insisted that we leave without knowing exactly why. I look over in the direction of the living room from the kitchen, and I see this black mass of negative energy. It's overwhelming. If I were to describe it, it looked similar to the big bogged-down river spirit in Spirited Away, the one that collected a bunch of stuff in it and got all gunky and gross. The one here reminded me of that, but instead of collecting junk, it collected negative energy. I froze for a second as I processed what the heck I just saw. At this point, night was falling, and the sun was hardly out anymore. We had to use our flashlights and our phones to see. I told my mom, we need to go. It's dark, and I don't feel safe. Finally, she was willing to leave, and as we were leaving, I saw the black mass again, leaving the house and going around to the backyard. My mom didn't see the creature, but she did say she felt a presence. She just ignored it as she was focused on finishing the kitchen. So now, as a young adult, I've had a handful of interesting experiences as well outside of that home. I lived temporarily with my then boyfriend, now husband, in an apartment shared by a coworker of his and her boyfriend. I was in the apartment alone one day, and I got a weird feeling looking at the door to the room that wasn't used. I thought I heard noises and felt a presence, but I couldn't confirm. Later that week, I was home alone again, but this time, I looked at the bathroom door from my bedroom, and I saw a full-bodied apparition of a young woman in white. She looked just as shocked as I did, seeing her. She retreated to the other side of the bathroom wall, the empty, unused room. So finally, I asked my boyfriend's coworker if someone died in the apartment, and I tell her about the apparition I saw of a young woman. She told me yes, her name is Diana. She died in that room about a month before we moved in. My heart sank for Diana. The coworker told me that Diana had passed away suddenly in her room, I think from health complications. The coworker was a bit freaked out and didn't know what to do about it. So later, I don't know if it was that night or the next day, I was in my room while my boyfriend and his coworker were at work. I decided to just talk to Diana out loud. I couldn't see her this time, but I felt her presence. I talked to her like a person, realizing she might not have even realized she died, since it was a sudden death. I told her that she had died and that she needed to move on. I told her I felt sad for her, that she was stuck, and I hoped that she can find the light. Shortly after that, I didn't feel her presence anymore. I think she moved on, and I really hope she found peace. I went to a historical tobacco plantation with my mom and a friend of mine. It was a little summer thing where we wanted to see some neat places in our area that we hadn't seen yet. I saw 3 apparitions there. Upon getting out of the car in the parking lot, both me and my friend saw a shadow figure looking at us from the wooded area next to the parking lot. After we stared for a second, we both saw it essentially fly away, remaining vertical and upright. as if it were pulled back to wherever it came from. It was really weird. My mom missed it by still gathering her things from the car. Later, we were walking around the old slave quarters house. The upper floor was condemned, but the stairs were still there. I noticed while the tour guide was talking about it. I looked at the stairs a little harder. I saw the apparition of an older black man in overalls. He was faint, but there. I bowed respectfully at him and continued the tour. As we left the building, I purposefully left last so I could tell him goodbye, like you would do for any other person as a house guest. I felt bad for him, still stuck here so long after slavery was abolished. The third apparition was in the master's house. Almost immediately, I picked up on a small girl between ages 5 and 8, in old period clothing, complete with a standard bonnet. She followed us throughout the tour. At the last room of the house, the tour guide tells us that this was an addition to the original building and was the room of the master's daughter, who had passed away from illness at about 7 or 8 years old. It hit me then that this was the little girl's room who'd been following us around. Again, I purposefully left last so that I could tell her thank you for letting me look at her house. Again, like any other house guest would. I found it respectful to do so, and I also felt sorry for the little girl. I then went to the cemetery where her family was buried. I didn't sense anyone else, which made me even sadder, thinking that this little girl was probably stuck in her house, waiting for her family, and somehow didn't move on. The last interesting story was on a different plantation. This one is tucked away behind a major highway and is considered a county park with petting animals. I went there with my husband and our daughter to see the animals in the park. We did, however, also get to look at the exterior of the old houses there. In one of them, I noticed there was a man in butler-like attire passing the window. I wondered if maybe it could have been a worker in period clothes for a tour or something. Only to find out that all the workers that day were in a polo shirt. It's a uniform, which is very different. I didn't see anyone else wearing period clothing either. Thus, while I can't confirm, I believe I may have seen an apparition that day as well. Those are my big ones, the ones I can recall right now. I hope others can relate to my experiences and know that they aren't alone. I've just moved back in with my dad in his new place about 2 weeks ago. They haven't had any experiences in the house as far as I know, and I'm not a believer in ghosts at all. Our stairs, they have this half wall that you can see over if somebody is walking up or down them. I was walking towards the stairs, about to go draw up in my room, when I saw the top of a girl's head with blonde hair run down the stairs, stare straight into my eyes. I stared back for a bit, and she ducked her head behind the stair wall, playfully. I thought it was my little stepsister. She's blonde and 7 years old. I went to go ask why she was still up on a school night so late, and there was no one there. So, I, being a non-ghost believer, but kind of excited, was like, wow, that was really cool. I'm going to hang out downstairs in the living room instead and see how it goes. This is cool. I sat down on my phone, just relaxing, and I heard the chair to my left start rocking. So I looked at it, and I saw it stop rocking. So I looked forward and kept the chair in my peripheral vision. I saw and heard it rocking, but when I looked back at it, suddenly it stopped. And no matter what, if I looked at it for 2 seconds to 30 seconds, it would not start moving again until I wasn't staring. I'm still not a believer in ghosts at this point, but on the fence. And I'm like, wow, do I have a cute-ass child ghost pranking and playing with me? Instead of being scared, I found it very cool and kind of cute. A bit later, it finally stops and I go to the bathroom. I open up the door to walk out, and I notice that I've got a pimple on my chin. So, I'm up in the mirror, lights on, the door's open, checking it out. And in the corner of my eye, I see the same little girl, but with pure white eyes this time. She's fixated on my eyes through the mirror, smiling, clinging onto the side of the door frame. We made eye contact for a second, and I looked away. Then I looked back at the mirror, and she was gone. Still, kind of playful, and to be honest, kind of fucking creepy this time. Especially because I don't believe in ghosts, but this was twice now, while sober and fully awake. I wasn't scaring myself into seeing stuff. This was a realistic human girl making eye contact with me. Plus the rocking chair, too coincidental. So I go up the stairs into my bed and I start texting my boyfriend about it. He doesn't believe in ghosts so much, but that spirits watch over us, give us signs. When telling him about it, saying I felt bad for leaving the playful, cute ghost, he freaked out, telling me that he thinks it's a demon, trying to pretend to be playful and cute, to lure me in. I don't believe in demons or ghosts, but whatever I saw was too real to me, and I'm scared shitless after this. I'm not too big on believing the paranormal, but I'm just curious on what this could be, even if it's just me being sleep deprived. For the past few months, I keep catching glimpses of a black fluffy cat, walking, jumping, or sitting, but it disappears when I look at it. It's not like when you mistake a jacket or a shoe or something for your cat. It's actually there. I also see it at night and the day. I own a Russian blue and a tuxedo cat, but never owned a black cat, so it's not like I'm just seeing them walk by. Could be my brain playing tricks on me, since it did start after my dad said he got nosed by a cat in our house that wasn't ours. He said it was black, too. My family joked about it being Abe's pet cat, or Abe can transform into a cat now. Abe is this tall, black shadow figure, probably 7 feet, since I remember his head touching the ceiling, with a top hat on, and I saw him or dreamt of him when I was younger, like middle school age. I saw him standing in our little hallway when my door was open one night. I've heard stories before of the Shadow Man, and it's basically exactly that. My cousin came down to visit for a couple of nights, and her first night in the guest room, which is adjacent to where my bedroom was, same hallway, though we never mentioned Abe to her before. The next morning, she was telling my mom about this thing she saw in her dream of a tall shadow man in the hallway. I have had many paranormal experiences. I was a very sensitive child and teen. It wasn't abnormal for me to see things, be visited in dreams, and have intuitive experiences. When I was probably 9 or so, I was staying at my aunt's house. It's an old farmhouse in the middle of rural Minnesota. I was trying to sleep when I looked in the doorway, and I saw a figure standing in it. It appeared to be the shape of a person, but it was darker than the darkness around it, which is pretty dark because out in the country, there was no light. It stood as tall as the doorway and appeared to have a hat on. I remember feeling that whatever it was staring at me. I stared back in disbelief for a bit, and then I threw my head under the covers as I kept saying to myself, "I'm too young to die. I'm too young to die." Sounds dramatic, but I was so freaked out. I peeked my head back out, but it was still there, staring at me. I finally stood up, closed my eyes, and put my hand stretched out in front of me and ran through the doorway. I ran downstairs to my aunt and uncle's room and told them what I saw, and I asked to sleep on the couch. The next morning at breakfast, I talked about what I saw, and my aunt made fun of me. They're deeply religious, so anything that sounds like ghosts, they wanted nothing to do with or to believe in. My cousins just sat there and didn't say a word. I never saw the figure again, although I have seen other shadow people. It was never while in sleep paralysis, though. I've only ever experienced sleep paralysis once in my life and actually had a really cool experience, not negative. But whenever I look up information about the shadow man, it's always people who are in sleep paralysis. Also, from what I've heard, there is someone called the shadow man or hat man who wears a hat, and it's said to be a bad omen if you see it. I don't recall anything bad happening around the age of 9, though. Is there anyone else who can relate to me and say that they saw a shadow person with no paralysis? Or the Hat Man? What was your experience? What does this mean? When I was around 15, maybe 16, I walked into my bedroom where I'd left my curtains open. There's a patch of green right outside my house with a lamppost next to the path. Before I walked in, I had an urge not to open the door. But my dad had told me to go to bed, and he didn't disobey my dad. As much as I was scared to open the door, I knew I'd be in trouble if I didn't. So as I opened the door, I realized I'd left my curtains open and it was now dark. As I went to close the curtains, something caught my eye on the wall behind me. I didn't shut the curtains. I turned around and I saw the shadow of a woman from her shoulders up, with curly hair. It was on the wall. I had just been by the window and no one was out on the green or near the lamppost. I was on the second floor, so there's no way of being right outside the window. I walked out, shut my door, and shouted at my dad, who must have seen and heard how scared I was. He came and looked at the wall. The shadow was still there. He checked outside the window, and he went white as he turned to look at me. He trembled and said quietly, "But there's no one there." He suddenly shouted at me that I was to stay in my sister's room. It was right next to mine. It also had a window looking onto the green. She had no shadow. The next day, my dad brought a woman around, and we were told to leave, and she looked at me, concerned. When she was leaving, I heard her say, "She'll be safe for now, but I don't know what else is following her." Even 12 years later, this memory keeps me up at night. It's becoming more intense and affecting my sleep. Can anyone advise what this entity was, and am I safe? Here's the relevant context to this. 5 years ago, I lived with my late mom in the basement of my step-grandpa's house. My mom wasn't doing so well at the time, and she was addicted to alcohol and some type of pill. I was addicted to my laptop. I had to share the same bed and the same room as her. She also believed in the paranormal, and we would binge shows together like Ghost Adventures, Mountain Monsters, etc. I don't really know when I first began seeing the weird shadow figures. I say figures because sometimes they wouldn't be humanoid. I could just see them from the corner of my eye, but I assume that they're the same shadow creature. I've seen them quite a few times, though it was usually from the corner of my eye, except on 2 occasions. The first one was when I was sitting up in my bed, watching TV with the door closed. I saw something black brush up against the bed, but I didn't think anything of it. I just thought that it was one of my 2 dogs. I later get up and try to pet them, and there's nothing in the room except for me. The second occasion was at night or early morning. I was talking to some friends on Skype while my mom was asleep next to me. She usually left the TV on so it wasn't totally dark. I'm chilling, and then I see a man with a cowboy hat in the corner of my eye next to the TV. I never told my mom about my experiences, but one night she drunkenly spilled that she saw them too. She called them demons of addiction, demons, or something like that. We smudged the basement a few weeks later, and I felt uncomfortable the whole time, like something would jump out at us. I don't think it was because I was sleep deprived or anything, but I also don't know if it's a shadow man, shadow shape-shifty thing or what. It was pure black though, like it was solid. I haven't seen anything like that since, and I haven't seen it since moving to a different state with my other grandparents after my mom passed. I'm not sure if this is possibly connected, but one night, my mom was insisting that there was a demon. I thought she was out of her mind until she told me to look up alabaster on Google. I did, and I went to Google Images. I'm swearing on her grave right now. It was filled with demonic pictures, like the old medieval types of demonic pictures. We never mentioned anything about it again, though, and I never got those results from Googling it again. What do you guys think?
When I was 10 or so, I was visiting a small town in Montana called Whitefish. There wasn't much to do at the time, so my mom tasked me with locating a bookstore so I could do something to occupy myself. I Googled and found a Borders in the neighboring town of Kalispell. I decided to call the number listed just to make sure that they were open. A man answered the phone and confirmed the location. He then gave me basic directions on how to get there. It was located next to a large strip mall with a Target and stuff. When my mom and I arrived, there was no Borders. It was completely closed, empty, and shut down. In fact, there were signs on the window of the store that it was going to become. When I called the number back, there was an error tone, and a robotic voice said that the number was disconnected. I'll never forget that. I don't know what the heck happened, or if it was a ghost or what. Maybe it was just someone with an old Borders phone number playing a prank, but it will always make my skin crawl.
Just a disclaimer, I don't suffer from sleep paralysis, and I have no history of it. One time, when I was a teenager, I went to bed after staying up late playing Xbox with my friend. At the time, I was trying to get used to going to sleep without the TV on or any other light source, so I was still a little nervous about being in complete dark. I actually ended up freaking myself out by imagining scary shit before finally falling asleep. I woke up not too long after, and something told me to look at the foot of my bed. So I did. That's when I saw a black silhouette of a person just standing there, staring at me. I initially didn't freak out because I knew that I must just be seeing things, so I rubbed my eyes and I allowed them to focus a bit, fully expecting for whatever inanimate objects my mind was playing tricks on me with to be revealed.
Not only did the shadow figure not disappear, but just at that moment, it moved. That's when the horrifying realization that it was real sank in, and I immediately began to freak out. I desperately wanted to scoot backwards to get as far away from it as possible, while also putting myself within reach of the bat that I keep next to my bed. But I was literally frozen with fear. Not knowing what else to do, I began just yelling for my parents, while never taking my eyes off of the figure, who began to bend down just as my mom mercifully turned on the light. And just like that, it was gone. It took me a good hour or more to calm down. By the time I was finally able to go back to sleep, it was dawn. One of the strangest parts of the whole ordeal is that my mom claimed that I didn't wake them up when I began calling for them. Instead, they awoke when they heard me shouting, "Who is it? Who is it?" Which I have absolutely zero recollection of. Ever since, I've slept with my TV on. When I was younger, I used to feel the sensation of a raindrop hitting my head or face while inside. I never connected it to anything, but I always found it so strange, the sensation. Strange yet somewhat insignificant. Like, I couldn't tell you where I was each time, but I know I started paying closer attention to it when I started experiencing it outside my own home. There was a sleepover once with a couple of girls from my brownie scouts. The girls' house was one where you walked in immediately to a landing. You could go up a flight of stairs to the kitchen, bedrooms, etc. And down a flight of stairs, there was essentially a basement with 2 windows and a back door. That's where we all set up our sleeping bags for the night. There wasn't a working bathroom in the basement, so I remember before everyone went to bed and it got totally dark, I made my way to the bathroom upstairs. As I was making my way through the doorway towards the stairs, I felt 2 raindrops hit me on the head, one on the top and one slightly near my right cheek. I looked up, as I usually do, to see if there was a source for the drops. There was nothing. I touched my head with the tips of my fingers, and though it felt slightly wet, there was no actual moisture on my fingers. I enter the doorway and make my way up the first 2 steps. I'm taking my time because it's darker than I'd like it to be. Right as I get halfway up, there's a cold sensation that runs from the top of my head towards my fingertips. Directly ahead, I see a shadow. It's shaped exactly like a person, somewhat taller than me. Instead of freezing in place as I may have wanted to do, I reached forward towards the light switch on the wall. As soon as I flicked the light, it was gone. No more shadow, no person. So I shimmied up, and on my way back down, I went just as quick. I couldn't bring myself to turn the light off. It wasn't until I was in high school that someone else shared that they experienced the same thing. Not the shadow person, but the raindrops. She was a friend of a friend who we'll call SARA. It was summertime in Northern California. We were in a new hangout spot, SARA's neighbor's garage. Not your average garage. It was insulated and furnished. It honestly felt more like a large bonus room, fully equipped with a TV. I didn't drink, but everyone else was, smoking too. I was sitting on the recliner, half listening to 3 different conversations, when suddenly I felt a raindrop hit my head and trickle down. I reached up quickly to feel and see the moisture, but as usual, I saw nothing. From across the room, on the other recliner, I hear an elevated voice. "Hey,
You felt that too.
Sarah made her way over to me and basically started asking me how long I've felt them. Did I usually see anything or feel anything else? Our stories were basically the same, except she'd never seen anything like a shadow, but she'd seen things move. Small things like her little brother's toy, and this other thing that's hard to describe, but I knew it instantly when she tried to explain it to me. It's like a wooden skeleton or person-esque doll. No features, and you could move the limbs around. They were bendy and springy in a way. Well, the only way that they could move is if you made them move. But she swore that she'd seen it move on 2 occasions, in the same room, just before she felt 2 raindrops on her head, with no source for the moisture. This was in a classroom at her middle school. We both agreed that we'd felt the drops inside and outside, but had noticed them inside the most because it was, well, uncommon. I have no idea what any of it means, but I've always found it so strange. Sarah told me her grandmother says that it's a kiss from an angel. I don't know how much I believe all of that, but it sounds nice. Has anyone else experienced these phantom raindrops? What do they mean? So this all has happened in the past, obviously. But it spans from around 6 to 7 years ago to about a year ago at its most recent. I'll try to keep it as chronological as I can, starting when I first actually remember seeing one, a shadow person. And for the first year or 2 of seeing shadow people, I would only see them, or it, outside, fairly far away. Like if I was playing outside with the neighbors, I would see something tall, like taller than a normal person, shoot from one house to another. And any time I asked a neighbor, they would say nothing was there. And once I even ran over to see if it was a dog or something. I know that's a stupid explanation, but nothing was there. This continued for a while, until one point, I noticed them at night. I'd see it stand just out of view, under a lamppost, and I could tell it was there, like I got the feeling I was being watched. Shortly after, as I started seeing it more often, I was in my room one night, being a kid, on an iPad, and I heard a noise from the side of my room. I had a flashlight, and shining it around the room, I saw nothing. I was in a loft bed, so I was scared there was something beneath it. But there was nothing. I don't know why, but I shone the light towards the vent that was visible from my bed, and I definitely remember seeing an all-black face with glossy, beady eyes staring at me, then moving away from the light. I screamed. My mom came in, found nothing. About 3 years ago, one apparently was following me as I left in the dark early morning for the school bus. I didn't see this. My neighbor told me this, that as I left the garage and I left late, everyone else was already at the stop. I walked down the middle of the road, and my neighbor yelled something to me, but I don't remember what it was. What I do remember is him and my sibling telling me that there was a tall, dark man right behind me. Checking the camera above the garage showed that nobody was present. Around 2 years ago, I abruptly stopped seeing it. This led me to believe that I was just seeing things, and that it really didn't matter at all. But again, at night, I woke up to a feeling of something watching me. I rolled over and looked across my room, towards the door, and I saw a large, hulking figure, hunched over like it didn't fit in the room. I was too scared to move, but it literally faded away in front of me and disappeared. A month or so after that, I woke up with the same sensation, and I chose not to roll over, to ignore it, and I'm sure that it touched me. I felt a sharp jab, as if someone poked you a little too hard on my upper back. I jumped so hard and didn't go to sleep the rest of the night. Finally, I was telling the neighbors about all of this, and they seriously told me that a girl who lived down the street had the exact same thing. Like, she told a similar story before she moved. It was really freaky. As of the last 8+ months, I haven't seen or heard from it since. Honestly, I'm kind of curious about it at this point. The dark shadow is back. Back in 2015, I had a horrible dream. Or so I thought it was a dream. My sister had just come home from a camping trip, late at night. My shift had just ended, and I'd gotten off late due to a miscount in inventory. I was finally home and excited to ask my sister how the trip went, but she was already asleep. Me and my sister shared a bedroom at the time, so I just put my pajamas on and went to bed. I had the most horrific dream, though. I was laying in bed drawing, and my mother barges in with no facial expression. I knew I was in trouble, but I couldn't understand why. She grabbed me by my shoulders, pushing me so hard I sunk into the bed. Right behind her was this older woman in a native white gown. She had long, shiny gray hair that seemed to reach her hips. She sat at my feet and whispered, As she said this, I felt my soul start to leave my body. It got to my chest, and I woke up in a panic. Once I looked up, I saw this long, black shadow reaching across my ceiling. It had long, dark fingers, an oval-looking head with white, sharp teeth. I was in shock for a few seconds, and then I yelled. By the time my sister woke up, it was gone. I told my sister about my dream, and she was so scared. She told me that at camp, they were sitting around a bonfire telling scary stories. She said that a girl told her that in every dream, there was an old lady and a dark shadow. Keep in mind that I didn't speak to her because she was already asleep when I got home from work. And fast forward to last night. I was trying to sleep, and I saw it. The black shadow reaching over my ceiling. I blinked to see if I was imagining it, but no. I entered into a panic and I yelled. My fiancé woke up and turned the lights on. He said I yelled for more than 5 seconds, but it felt like it was just one. He didn't look up at the ceiling, and it was gone in the blink of an eye. I haven't been able to sleep well. I feel empty, as if my soul is gone. I don't know how to feel. I haven't told my fiancé yet, to not freak him out. But I'm so scared of the dark. I'm 26 years old, and I sleep with a nightlight again. So I've been having paranormal encounters ever since I was at the age of 12. I'm 23 now, and they've always been similar encounters. Shadow people, gut feelings, apparitions, etc. But this one seems different. It started back in 2017, when my parents bought a new house. They had part of the shed set up so that someone could live in it, bathroom, kitchen, etc. So I decided I'd make that my spot, so I could have my own space. Bad idea. Fast forward a couple of months into 2018. My girlfriend and I were trying to sleep in the shed. It was about 1 a.m. She was dozing off, but I had the feeling something was watching me. So I decided to get up and look at the door. When I got up, I saw 5 shadow figures just outside the bedroom, watching us, all different heights. I shit myself, turned the light on, and woke up my ex in a panic. We decided to get up and watch a movie to take my mind off of it. Not even 5 minutes into the movie, I look over to my ex to find she's covered in scratches and even has a bite mark on her back. The marks then disappear completely within half an hour. We freaked out and never slept in the shed again. Ever since then, the activity has ramped up and become more frequent. Anything from noises in another room that suddenly stop when I get to the door, to getting the feeling of dread and watching one of the doors in the shed slowly open. But none of those are close to what I'm experiencing now. Recently, I've been seeing something that can only be described as demonic in looks. It's got a human-like body and head with no features, long arms with 3 elongated fingers or claws, completely black. Seems to be maybe 7 feet if it stood up. I only ever see it from the waist up, as it's always stalking me on all 4s by the looks of it. When I was still in that house, I saw it physically only once. I saw 3 claws and a long black arm slide its way down my desk, as if I'd caught it watching me. I've moved towns since, but it's still with me. Most of the time, I've only been able to see it within visual thought. Whenever I close my eyes, I can see it in the doorways of my house, stalking me. My girlfriend has even seen the same visions, but I've never told her what it looked like. I drew a picture of what I would see, and I showed it to her once. It was the exact same thing she'd been seeing too. The encounters are still happening to this day, and I just want to know what this thing might be. We've saged the new house, but are still getting that watched feeling. I also saw a physical head through the shower curtain just last week. If anyone else has had an experience with this type of thing, please let me know.
I grew up in the backwoods of rural Maine. I met my wife, then girlfriend, in high school. My father built our house from the ground up on land acquired from my grandfather. Some strange happenings have happened in those woods, but those are stories for another time. My wife's childhood home was an 1820s farmhouse that was set on a desolate street near a mountain. She had relatively close neighbors, but all was usually pretty quiet. No street lights on the street, and the vast majority of sound came from the frogs in the woods. She'd always told me odd and strange happenings occurring at the home, but I always kind of just dismissed them. Her parents moved to Florida for work, and her brother was already in the military stationed on the other side of the continent. So her parents allowed her and I to rent the property so that the house could remain taken care of. I worked a night job from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. at a halfway house, and my girlfriend worked at a local pizza shop during the day, so we only had weekends together, which was fine. I always made it a point to call her whenever I arrived at work, just to make sure she was good. On one night in particular, it took a turn for the stuff of nightmares.
I called and she picked up the phone in hysterics, talking about people being in the home, walking around downstairs and talking amongst themselves, all men. The line was oddly staticky, and I could hear our 2 dogs growling in the background. I told my employers of the situation and they told me to go. I remained on the phone for the remainder of my frantic drive home. She was very obviously upset. I was about 20 minutes from the house, but this particular commute felt like hours. As I neared the house, about 5 minutes out, I started to hear men whispering into the phone, but her reassuring me that no one was in the room with her. Then, what I feared the most, a loud crash through the phone, a blood-curdling scream from my girlfriend, and the dogs going berserk. I'm 2 seconds from the driveway, and I tried to calmly ask what had just happened. She was still on the line, luckily, and she said that she didn't know, just that it had come from her brother's room next to hers. As I pulled into the dirt driveway, I saw no other vehicles besides hers. I asked her if the men were still there, and she told me that she could still hear them talking. I told her I was coming in with something blunt. I swept through the house, quietly but quickly. Nothing. I go upstairs to where her and her brother's room were, to see her in the bed with the dogs in an extremely defensive stance. I told her the house was clear and asked what the bang was. She pointed to her brother's room, to which I slammed open the door, but was met with resistance toward the end. His AC unit was lodged into the drywall. This was a fairly heavy window unit, and it was in his window prior to this incident. The window was now a good 12 feet from where it currently rested, in the sheetrock. From that night forward, I always felt watched, and that I was never alone in that house, until we moved, and I myself joined the military. Her parents have since sold the house, but I'll never forget the oddities that took place there on a pretty frequent basis. Hey y'all, I've got some weird shit going on and I've kind of been pointed this way for some help. I live really far in the sticks of south central Pennsylvania. I'm a night owl because of the shift I work, so I'm often awake all night, piddling about the house or watching Netflix. I was doing just that one night a few months ago, when I heard and felt a solid thump against the exterior wall of my trailer. I paused my show and listened for a few minutes. Nothing. I went back to my show, and I heard or felt another thump on the opposite wall. This time I was up and drew my handgun. I am who I am, and I always have one. And I moved to my door. As I was reaching for the handle, I suddenly got the extreme urge to not open that door. My gut has gotten me out of some very bad things in my life, so I listened to it. I sat down on my couch and listened for a couple of hours. Nothing else happened. The next night, I heard a lot of movement outside my trailer and instantly was up and went outside with my handgun. I have a 1,000-lumen light attached to it, and I shined it into the yard. The house was surrounded by deer, not too abnormal. They all kind of galloped away, except one. It was way too big and didn't seem right. Misshapen. It was so far away that I couldn't see it super well with my light on. It looked at me, and my hair was up on my neck. I aimed at it, and we kinda had a stare down. Just as my finger moved to the trigger guard, it walked away. Real janky-like. Not galloping like deer do. It stared at me the whole time until it was in the woods. I noped my ass back inside. Next night, I was at work, and when I got home, my girlfriend asked me to take a pistol out of the safe, load it, and put it in the bedroom closet. I did so and asked, why. She said that when she was feeding the baby in the middle of the night, something thumped on the door to the trailer, and it scared her. I told her nothing of my experiences with the thumping. What am I dealing with? And what do you all recommend I do? This happened a bit over a year ago, when I was 17, flatting with some friends. One night, we were all drinking and smoking weed in our flat, doing what normal teens do. When I decided it was time to go to bed, I collapsed on my bed at about 10 p.m., forgetting to close the curtains. Hours later, I woke up facing my window, since my bed is alongside my window. Our fence is only a couple of meters from my window, and next to our house, we have an electronics store with a little shed attached to it, but it's almost right against the fence. Anyways, as I'm lying there, I notice something black on top of the shed. Since I'm still half asleep, I assume it's a cat. But as my eyes adjust and I take a longer look, I realize it's too big to be a cat. Suddenly, it moves, and I realize it's a person sitting against the wall. I don't think much of it. I'm thinking they're probably having a smoke or something. So I get up and walk out of my room to get a drink of water. 2 of my flatmates are still up watching a movie. I tell them that someone is sitting on the shed. They say that I must be imagining it. I should just go back to bed. I get my drink, check the time. It's 3 a.m. I must be imagining it. Why would someone be out there at this time? I walk back down the hall to my bedroom, sure that I imagined it. But as I walk into the doorway, I get the shock of my life. The person has stood up and is now standing on my fence, directly in the middle of my window, only a few meters from me. I can see that it's a tall, skinny man in all black with a hood who stands there, motionless, staring at me. I stare back, frozen for a second, before finding my feet and running into my flatmate's room, which is next to mine. Her window and curtain are both open, but I can't see the man from her window. I wake her up and I tell her what happened. It takes her a while to wake up, enough to understand what I'm saying. Finally, she gets what I'm saying, and I ask her to come with me, back into my room. She agrees, and we both slowly peep around my doorway to see the man still standing there, in the same spot. We both freak out and run into the lounge to tell our other flatmates. They finally believe us. We all follow each other into my room. At first, we can't see anything. The man is gone. But then I see him. He has walked down the fence and is now standing outside the lounge window. We all stand there staring at him for what seems like an eternity. He doesn't move at all. Finally, one of my flatmates walks over to close the curtain. The second he does, we all hear the man jump down. We all run outside, but it's too late. He's gone. The next night, I climbed up onto the shed to see how much of my room could be seen. And to my horror, you could see everything in my room, clear as day. It still gives me the creeps just thinking about how long he was up there and could see me sleeping. We did report it to the cops, but we never heard anything back, and I've never seen the man again.